Good morning. This is Judge Betty Rankin-Widgeon, and I am the appointed master for this hearing. I would like to start by having counsel state your names for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Laura Weingarten. I am one of two disciplinary co-counsels.
Thank you.
I am Lynn Helland, the other disciplinary co-counsel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Ashcraft on behalf of respondent, Judge Tracy Green.
Thank you. Good morning. And good morning, Judge Green.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Tracy Green.
Thank you. All right, I think we are ready then to begin. Respondent is calling your first witnesses today, and that one witness is already out in the waiting room. Mr. Ashcraft, will you go ahead and call your witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Judge Green, I call Nancy J. Deal.
I am letting her in from the waiting room at this time. I'm seeing a message saying that she is connecting to audio. Mr. Ashcraft, do you have a telephone number that you could call Ms. Deal and ask if she could go out? And it looks like she's connected now. I think we're good. Good morning, Ms. Deal.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you see if your video is on, please? There you are. Thank you. Ms. Deal, I am Betty Rankin-Widgeon, the appointed master for this matter, and you are the first witness today for the respondent. I'm going to start by swearing you in, and I'll give you the regular oath, and then we'll talk to you about the sequestration order and the witness protocol, the hearing and witness protocol order that I did sign. All right, please. Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Nancy J. Deal.
Thank you. And Ms. Deal, the sequestration order, this order and the sequestration will remain in effect until the witnesses are released from it by the master or until the proceedings before the master conclude. To be clear, this means that the order remains in effect even after the witness testifies, unless the witness is released by the master. Sequestration includes a prohibition on any witness, except while testifying via Zoom during the proceedings, from doing any of the following: discussing their testimony in any format or by any means with another witness, viewing the proceedings on any device, listening to the proceedings on any device, accessing or viewing any information about the proceedings via any social media or news outlets. Potential witnesses may discuss the pending formal complaint with counsel for the parties and may be shown exhibits by counsel prior to their testimony. A failure to serve the order or by any party or a violation of the order by a witness is grounds to exclude a witness or to exclude testimony given by that witness prior to the discovery of the failure or the violation. Do you have any questions regarding that, Ms. Deal?
I don't.
All right, thank you. With respect to the order regarding the hearing and witness protocol, witnesses shall certify that they are alone in the room where they testify or identify all individuals present during an examination. Are you alone in that room?
Yes.
Thank you. No witness shall access or review any documents or other materials beyond the relevant hearing exhibits, pleadings, or transcripts, or police reports during their testimony until the hearing is over. No witness shall have a document within reach or sight. If a witness needs to refer to a document, they may do so only if invited by counsel or approved by the master. Witnesses shall certify under oath that no one has given them information by any means to assist in testifying that counsel and the master cannot observe. Do you so certify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Witnesses shall not have access to cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, or similar devices in the room during their examination other than the device they will use for their virtual testimony. I don't know if you have a cell phone nearby. If so, it would need to be turned off. It would need to be outside of your reach.
I think I have it on vibrate. You want me to change that?
No, vibrate is fine. Is it outside of your reach right now?
True.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions regarding either the sequestration order or the witness protocol order?
No.
All right, thank you. At this time, we're ready then to proceed. Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Deal.
Good morning.
You're able to hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. You are a lawyer, is that right?
Yes.
Could you tell us when you became a member of the State Bar of Michigan?
November of 1978.
So you're coming up on 43 years next month?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you would please share with us your educational background.
Well, I received my undergraduate degree from Western Michigan University and my law degree from Wayne State.
Thank you. And if you could also tell us about your professional employment background, beginning with your first job after law school.
All right. Well, actually, while in law school, I started working for the Misdemeanor Defender's Office and remained there after I graduated and passed the bar. And then in 1980, I went to the city of Detroit and did negligence work. And in 1981, I was hired by the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office and remained there until I retired in 2009.
When you joined the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office in 1981, did you have a specific title?
Well, all prosecutors are assistant prosecuting attorneys. We have various levels. So I started as an APA 1 in the trial division. And I stayed there for about 4 years, other than a short time. They were doing a rotation in the warrant division. And then I went back to trials. And then in 1984, I was named a special assistant prosecutor and was assigned to the circuit court division. Back then, Frank Murphy handled recorder's court, only the cases in Detroit, and the city county building, the circuit court, handled out county cases.
Understood. May I ask you, what were your responsibilities as a trial lawyer from 1981 to 1984?
Well, handling all of the felony cases that came through the courtroom. So originally, any kind of case that came through the courtroom prosecutor. So it was, gun cases, car cases, some simple assault cases, felonious assault, those sorts of things. And then when I became a special assignment prosecutor in the circuit division, I was handling the more high publicity or difficult cases, which included drunk driving deaths, serious embezzlement from doctors, and child abuse cases.
Thank you. And was there something particularly notable about your assignment to the circuit court in 1984?
Well, I was the first woman ever to practice there. They wanted to show the judges that we could actually do it. I think I proved it was okay.
I believe that your record shows that. And then I'm sorry, go ahead.
So then I was there for a couple of years, and then I was asked to come join the Prosecutors Repeat Offenders Bureau back in Recorder's Court, which was sort of an elite unit at the time. And I was asked by then Prosecutor John O'Hare within that unit, we called it the probe unit, Prosecutors Repeat Offenders Bureau, to handle child abuse cases. And he hired a child advocate, Linda Baker, to work with me. So we were giving cases out within that probe unit to do child abuse. But within a year, it was clear that we should not remain within that unit. The others did not want to do those cases. So Linda Baker and I wrote a Skillman grant. We got a lot of money and we started our own unit in January 1987, the child abuse unit.
I'm sorry, you said January of 97. What was the unit called?
Well, originally in May of 86, when we started the child abuse, it was within the probe unit. And then in January 1987, it became its own unit, the child abuse unit.
Understood. And did that unit eventually expand in scope to include anything in addition to child abuse?
Yes, in 1994, we added domestic violence and it became the Child and Family Abuse Bureau. And I was the deputy chief of that unit.
And you were deputy chief of that unit until when?
When Mike Duggan came into office, and he eventually moved me and made me chief of the projects and training, special projects and training unit.
Could you tell us a little bit about what the special projects unit took care of under your direction?
Well, we were dealing with anything that really came, but at I guess the major focus was at that time the school safety law, that it was fairly new and was not being followed. It was not being followed by law enforcement, schools, or the prosecutor's office. So when I pointed that out to then prosecutor, he put me in charge of training all the schools on the School Safety Act, which had to do with a lot of reporting violence in schools, but also trained on child abuse, all the child abuse laws and reporting for all the school districts in Wayne County.
And these matters all dealt with the child protection law and responsibility under the child protection law, is that correct?
That did, a whole lot of that did deal with the child protection law.
Thank you. Now, at some point, did you remain the head of the special projects unit, or did you move on to something else?
Well, when Kim Worthy became the prosecuting attorney, she put me in charge of the trial division, made me chief of that division. And then I was responsible for the Child and Family Abuse Bureau, as well as most of the other units in the office.
And you remained in that position until the time of your retirement, is that right?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about what I understand was something called the State of Michigan Governor's Task Force on Child Abuse and Neglect. Were you appointed to that task force?
Yes, in fact, it originally was called the Governor's Task Force on Children's Justice. Years later, the name was changed, but I was appointed by Governor Engler in 1993 to that task force. And our mission was to try to improve the handling of child abuse cases in the state of Michigan, recognizing also the rights of the accused, why we did that. And our very first project was putting together a statewide model protocol for the handling of child abuse cases. And it was actually modeled after Wayne County. Linda Baker and I put together the very first protocol in the state of Michigan on the case management of child abuse cases.
And specifically, were there issues at the time that your development of the protocol was designed to address as relates to the interview of children?
Well, that came a little later. And I always say the good news, bad news story in Wayne County. The bad news, we handled hundreds of cases of child abuse under the age of 12. But the good news was we learned so much from children. And what we learned is appropriate ways to interview kids so that you got good information. And what we found was around the state, there was very inconsistent information being given on how to handle cases and how to interview children. And we felt that there needed to be consistency. So the task force started on a mission to try to train people around the state consistently. And at the same time, DHS was contracting with Dr. Deb Poole out of Central Michigan, who had done a lot of research on children's memory and suggestibility in terms of putting together a protocol. And we we came together on putting together a forensic interview protocol for children. And we did that. And back in 1996, we came together to accomplish that. And the very first forensic interviewing protocol in Michigan was published in 1998.
Thank you. And as part of that publication, did you then establish training programs so that people were trained in the protocol?
Yes, DHS contracted with Linda Baker and me to put together a training program, a 2-day training program to train prosecutors, law enforcement, child protective service workers on the protocol. And we did that, and we started training along with others and trained hundreds of thousands of people on the forensic interviewing protocol.
Thank you. Was the protocol adopted by the Michigan Child Protection Law?
Yes, actually the child protection law added in 1998, actually before our first protocol was even, I think, published, there was a new law under the child protection law that said each county had to work with their prosecuting attorney to establish a countywide protocol. And that protocol needed to include the forensic interviewing protocol, or actually they said modeled after. So that investigative protocol and forensic interviewing protocol had to be modeled after the governor task force protocol. DHS, however, required it to be the Michigan forensic interviewing protocol. So in fact, it was, you could say, was required in all of the counties if they followed procedure or policy.
Understood. And were interviewers required to, in essence, comply with the protocol when interviewing children in related cases?
They certainly should have been. And if they did not follow the protocol, it was fair game for the lawyers to indicate that they had not followed that.
Thank you. So just to be clear, you were a member of the task force that created the State of Michigan Governor's Task Force on Child Abuse and Neglect and Department of Health and Human Services Forensic Interviewing Protocol, 4th edition.
Well, you're jumping ahead a few editions there. So let me just say the original edition, I was in the group who worked with Deb Poole to make it user friendly. Deb had all the information and the research and put it together in the format of a phased interview approach. And then I helped to make it workable for the people who were going to need to use it. And then when we reviewed it to determine whether it needed any changes, a few years later, I was the chair of that group. And then we reviewed it again, and I was the chair of that group. And then in the 4th edition, I was no longer on the task force, but I was on the committee and assisted with reviewing the forensic interviewing protocol for any necessary changes.
Thank you. And as of now, the protocol is in its 4th edition, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that that is published as MDHHS Publication 779 and Task Force MDHHS Publication 794?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know the numbers, but okay. I don't have any reason to disagree, but I'd have to look at it.
All right, no reason for you to memorize the publication numbers. Understood, thank you. Your Honor, I move to admit the protocol as Exhibit 43 in our case.
No objection.
It is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Deal, you said the protocol was developed in conjunction with the Michigan Child Protection Law. And do you understand that to be Michigan compiled laws 722.621 at SEC?
Now you're asking me for cites. You know, I don't know the site of that, but what it was put together with the Department of Health and it was then, I guess, DHS, then they became FIA, now they're DHHS, sort of hard to keep track sometimes, but it was with that group that put together the protocol. And then it was DHS at the time who worked on getting the child protection law changed to include it.
Thank you. You maintained your practice as a Wayne County prosecutor and worked within the child protection law for the majority of your career, correct?
True.
And you've also taught ICLE courses and developed and taught other educational courses concerning the forensic interviewing protocol as well as child protection law over the years. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you've also served as an expert witness at least a couple of times in the past as well. Is that right?
A long time ago, that's true.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I proffer Ms. Deal as an expert in the protocol and child protection law.
And I stipulate to that.
Thank you. This deal is accepted in that role. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Deal, I'd like to talk now about some specifics related to the protocol. Do most investigations of a child abuse and neglect matter involve only one interview?
Would you repeat that?
Yes. Do most investigations of a child abuse and neglect matter involve only one interview of a child?
Well, that depends. I mean, when you're talking about more serious cases, most counties now have a child home or agency. In Wayne County, we call it the Kids Talk Children's Advocacy Program, where CPS and law enforcement and even a prosecutor, sometimes they come and view the interview to cut down on the number of interviews. Wayne County, we video record, many counties video record, again, to cut down on the number of interviews. But certainly not all cases of child abuse and neglect come to those centers. The less serious cases are generally just handled by Child Protective Services. If it's a case that needs to be involved under the law with law enforcement, then again, generally they come to one of these centers in order to cut down on the number of interviews. But I wouldn't say that in all these cases there's only one interview, because there may have been an interview previously. Some counties may not have a center. So it really would depend on what the case is and which county it's in.
Is it unusual or rare that a child is interviewed multiple times in a matter?
Well, you try to cut down on the number of interviews with children if you need to. The general protocol, the forensic interviewing protocol, does not limit the interview to one. So sometimes in a case of serious abuse or long-standing abuse, you may end up needing more than one interview just because there's so much to go over, or because of the child's age, their attention span is short. So if you need to interview the child a second time, that is not considered inappropriate, as long as you follow the forensic interviewing protocol again. So sometimes there may need to be more than one. Generally, one interview is enough.
I'm sorry, you cut out there. Generally?
Generally, one interview is enough, but I can't say that in all cases that is sufficient.
I see. But one of the reasons the protocol was developed was so that multiple interviews were cut down. In other words, the objective is to have as few as possible given a particular set of circumstances. Is that right?
No, I wouldn't say that. The interviewing protocol was set up to make sure that children were interviewed in a developmentally sensitive manner, in an unbiased manner, in a truth-seeking manner. That's what we wanted to do with that. Later, it came to be with the children's advocacy centers to cut down on the number of interviews. Again, the protocol initially was established to improve overall interviewing techniques in the state. And then later on, it came to be that everybody said, let's cut down on the number of interviews of children so that it's not so hard on them.
I see. If there is more than one interview, does it usually involve the same interviewer?
Well, generally probably would, because again, part of the interviewing process is building a rapport with the child, so that if it's the same interviewer, it would be easier the next time you interview to do that, because you already would have a rapport with the child. but not necessarily. Say if the first interviewer really didn't have a rapport or felt somehow the child was not responding to them, then it may seem more advantageous to use a different interviewer. But in most cases, I would see the same interviewer. Or could be a long period of time in between the interview, in which case that original interviewer is no longer there, or perhaps they just feel that it's better to use a different interviewer.
What are the risks associated with multiple interviews of children arising out of an investigation?
Well, if people are not interviewing the child correctly, then you have the issue of the child having been suggested, that the child is not giving good information because the interviewer, again, is suggesting things to that child. In multiple interviews, sometimes children think, oh, they haven't said the right thing the first time and that they need to change what they're saying. And also, sometimes with time, you can have a lot of outside influence coming on a child in terms of what they're saying.
I see. You mentioned things being suggested. What is the danger of things being suggested in a multiple interview sort of situation?
Well, even in a single interview situation, children are suggestible. I mean, we are all suggestible, but children more likely to be suggested by adults if adults are telling them something. And again, it depends on the child and their age in particular. Younger children are much more suggestible. As children get older, they become less suggestible. Like I say, we all, even as adults, are. So you don't want to suggest things to the child. The whole purpose of the forensic interviewing protocol is to let the child do the talking and the adult doing the listening, which is not the typical adult-child relationship. Usually we're doing all the talking and telling the child what to do. But with a forensic interview, one of the things you're training the child to is to tell what happened and for them to do the talking. So more talking from the kids, a lot more listening from the adults. And if you suggest things to children at a first interview or second, the child may end up believing that to be true or repeating it at a subsequent interview.
Are there also risks associated with multiple interviews of a child when they are conducted by people who are not trained in the protocol?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's why I was saying under the protocol, if you interview a child again, you follow the same rules. But if you're not following the protocol, then you don't know what is being said or what is being told to the child. And again, how are they being spoken to? Are they being suggested things? So you have to be very careful if you're not trained in interviewing and you're not following the protocol.
Understood. Does the protocol require, during the interview of a child, to rule out alternate theories as to why a child may be making certain statements? Yes,
there's actually two overarching issues with the protocol. One, that it's child-centered, and two, it's hypothesis testing. And that's what you're talking about, the second, hypothesis testing. And that is that when a child is telling you something happened, you just can't believe that, even if it sounds so good. In fact, we used to, in our Wayne County prosecutor's office, back in the day, when everybody said, believe the children, I said, well, no, the child has to give us enough information so that what they say is believable, that we believe that beyond a reasonable doubt. And I thought we were doing pretty good with that. And then with the forensic interviewing protocol, it was no, that wasn't good enough. Not only do you have to have it be convincing, but then you rule out other things, such as a child says, Daddy hurt my butt. Well, what does that mean? Some people, the child comes home and tells Mom, Daddy hurt my butt. And the mom in a divorce situation goes, oh my God, and starts reporting child sexual abuse. And then the child believes that something happened. But what you have to rule out, first off, what's the butt? Does the child's butt, does that term mean her buttocks? What did Dad do? Did he just smack her on the butt because she did something wrong? Was there sexual abuse? Is there a divorce custody case going on? Or was maybe Dad just wipes the child a little harder than Mom wipes the child after a bowel movement? So you have to explore various things. It depends, of course, on the case. And then that's one of the most important things, is so that you make sure that something has not influenced the child, or that you're actually understanding what the child is telling you.
I see. So an example of that in terms of exploring the hypothesis and testing the hypothesis would be a situation where one parent was opposed to another parent, such as in a custody sort of situation?
Absolutely. In fact, in our unit, whenever there was a custody or dispute going on, we always had to take an even closer look at those cases. See, in most cases of child abuse, the child doesn't have anything to gain by reporting it. But if there's a situation where a child has something to gain, or someone is putting the child up to it, I mean, because they have something to gain, then you have to give those cases much closer scrutiny. And I'm telling you, the hypothesis testing is the most difficult thing for our forensic interviewers. When we reviewed it, some of them seemed in most interviews, they just forgot about it. So in the last edition, I actually had them add hypothesis testing to one of the phases where you're clarifying at the very end. And it's so that it's right there so that the interviewers did not forget hypothesis testing. For some reason, it seemed to be their most difficult part of the protocol, but it's a very important part.
Would another example of the need to do that be if a child is beholden to one parent over another?
Absolutely. It's one of the issues that you're going to explore.
How about for purposes of ruling out situations like coaching or conditioning?
Well, that's all a part of it. Again, depending on the specific facts of the case and the relationship of the parties, then you're going to explore possibilities of someone else being involved in coaching the child or putting them up to it. That's just something that you explore. And then either you find it to be credible or not. And you rule it out, you proceed. You don't rule it out, you have to do further investigation. I mean, sometimes the interview is not the end. The interview is just a part of the investigation for the police. There's other things. Sometimes from the interview, then there's information that you want the police to pursue.
How about the concept of retaliation? Is that something that should be explored?
Well, that's similar. I mean, if there's some issue going on between the parties, then that's something that should be questioned. You need to talk to the child about it. But sometimes you also do further investigation between the parties. If you get the idea from the child that there's an issue between the parents, then you can explore that with the child, but you may also want to explore it with the adults.
And you indicated earlier that the objective is to have the child do the talking and the interviewer to do less of the talking. How then would it look? How does that look then when you interview a child and you explore these other hypotheses and test these hypotheses?
Well, originally with the children, you're saying to them, tell me what happened, tell me all about it, then what happened, so on and so forth. But when you're questioning her on the hypothesis testing, then you're going to ask the child, well, now tell me about your relationship with your mom. Tell me about your relationship with your dad. You're living with your grandmother. Tell me about that. So you go into it, but again, you're using the same kinds of things where you're trying to get the child talking, not you saying, now I know your father doesn't like your mother. I know your mother doesn't like your grandmother. You're living with your grandmother. Tell me about that, and so on. So you're bringing it up to question, but you have to use the same open-ended questions so that the child tells you and you're not telling the child.
That's helpful. Does the fact that a child is living with a particular parent lead to that parent having influence over that child?
Well, we hope a child living with us, right? The adult, you hope to have influence over the child. So you mean in a bad way?
Yes, I'm talking about influencing a child's statements that are made.
Well, yes, they could, but that's certainly not the case in most situations. I would say that's not the case. But again, every case is different, so you have to look at it. But the fact that a child is living with one parent doesn't automatically mean that the child is giving you, false information.
I see. And over the course of your career in this space, did you ever determine whether or not there seemed to be a rule of thumb as to whether a child would want to be with one parent over another in terms of mother or father?
Oh, yes. Sometimes a child would rather be with the other parent. for a variety of reasons. I mean, sometimes one parent is stricter, than the other. Or when you go see a parent only on the weekends, it's all fun and, there aren't rules. So that seems like a better place to live. Most younger children seem to want to gravitate to their mother. As kids get older, it's not necessarily that way. But every case is so different in terms of where a child would want to be, whether they're happy, whether they'd rather be somewhere else. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that what they're saying isn't true. It's just something that you need to explore.
How about a situation involving abandonment of one parent and communication during the course of an abandonment period? Have you seen situations that involve that?
I'm not sure what you mean by abandonment and then communication.
Yes, when one parent literally abandons a child for a protracted period of time, a number of years, and doesn't have any involvement in their life. Have you seen situations in which children pine for that missing parent?
I can't recall a specific case of that nature, but here's, people wonder why after a child is so abused by a family, or why they still love that parent, why they still want to live with them. I mean, that is the nature that the fear of the unknown versus the known. People wonder why domestic violence victims stay. Why don't they leave? Well, sometimes, you never know what's out there. So that's so different with children. So even though there's abuse, sometimes they want to stay. Certainly, children, if they were abandoned by one parent or another, they would probably feel like they want to reestablish that relationship. Again, that's just natural human behavior with children. They want to have a connection with their mother. I mean, think about all the kids are adopted and how hard they work for now to reestablish that connection. Well, think about it as a child when you know that one of your parents have abandoned you. If you think there's a chance to reestablish that, you're going to want to do it. Again, that's generalities. Did I say there are generalities? But anyways, you know what I mean, in general. But every case, again, is different and is fact specific.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a couple more questions of you with regard to statements. If statements made by a child over the course of a number of interviews are inconsistent, does that create a question as to the reliability of those statements?
Well, it would depend what the inconsistencies are. Sometimes children disclose in stages. So the fact that, let's say, one interview and then later on they say something more, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's inconsistent or they're not telling the truth. But if they're changing their information on important things like what the abuse was, where it happened, how it happened, then that's a problem. But the fact that, let's say, they're adding a little bit more could just mean they're finally feeling comfortable to disclose it. So inconsistencies, again, always have to be looked at in terms of what those inconsistencies are about. And if they're about basic foundational issues, then I think you have some concern.
For example, following up on my question, would it raise a suspicion if a child expanded the scope of a statement over the course of multiple interviews?
Well, if there was a reason that the child wasn't disclosing, they might add something more. I mean, I don't know how many interviews. I mean, usually there's only, one or two, at least initially. I mean, then probably the prosecutor is interviewing the child before the case goes to court. But typically there would not be so many interviews. So again, if more information is coming out, what is that information? And what's going on in between to make that seem more likely than not that's true, or more likely than not it's untrue.
Is there anything in particular with regard to the expanded scope across multiple statements that would be particularly troubling to you?
Well, if a child said that dad hit them with a belt, and then the next time the child said dad didn't hit me with a belt, but he hit me with a switch, yes, that would be very troubling, because that's a clear something different. If a child said, Daddy put his finger in my butt, and then the next time, Daddy didn't put his finger in my butt, but he put something else in my butt. Yeah, because that would be, again, why are you changing a specific thing? That should not be inconsistent. If the first child said, yeah, Daddy hit me with the belt, but Daddy also hit me with the switch, that would not necessarily be inconsistent. The child's giving more information at a later point. Might be the fact the child is feeling more comfortable in disclosing.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you specifically, would you have concerns related to a child being interviewed multiple times by CPS investigators, multiple times by police officers, multiple times by Kids Talk interviewers, by prosecutors, by defense attorneys, before testifying at a juvenile court trial, also by prosecutors and defense attorneys before testifying at a criminal court trial, and by another investigator several times? Would that trouble you as relates to the reliability or credibility of those interview statements?
Yes, I'm just wondering, why would they keep being interviewed? But again, yes, that would cause me to give greater scrutiny to those statements. Again, are they true or not true? I don't know, but that would certainly give me pause.
What about if I included in that the interviews by the media as well?
Oh, goodness. Well, you know, that none of that sounds good to me. But those statements would have to be very much scrutinized and to determine whether or not those statements are reliable.
Thank you. I'd like to turn for a moment to a different subject with you, if I may, Ms. Deal, and that is, I'd like to talk specifically about bias as relates to an interviewer's position. Is there such thing as bias as relates to an interviewer's position?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's why the protocol is supposed to be done by someone in a truth-seeking manner, unbiased. If you go in an interview with what you expect to get out of it, chances are you're going to get what you expect. And that's been proven. They've done numerous studies on that. That's one of the reasons why the interviewing protocol is hypothesis tested, so that the person coming in is unbiased. They don't have a preset idea of what is going to be said, and that they then rule out other possibilities. That's extremely important. We all have biases, and you try to leave them at the door, but when you're dealing with children and what's happened, you have to be particularly careful and try to be as cautious as possible.
Does going into an interview of a child, knowing what you want to accomplish as an interviewer through the interview, does that create bias?
Well, yes, you accomplish what you should be hoping to accomplish, is that you get the child to tell you the information about what happened. That's what you want. That you're not telling the child what happened. You don't know what happened. The child is supposed to tell you what happened, and then you do your hypothesis testing to rule out anything else that it could be.
So is the bias explained, or is there evidence of the bias when things are suggested by an interviewer?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you're suggesting things to the child, then probably you have an idea of what it is you want. That was one of the problems before the forensic interviewing protocol. I mean, and people didn't even understand what they were doing. I mean, they didn't even realize that they were doing it. I think they meant well, but it's just difficult. That's why it's really important to follow the protocol.
When an interviewer goes into an interview with a bias, does that interviewer end up getting the results that he or she wants?
Well, you're probably more likely to get the results you want, but not necessarily.
Thank you. When you were with the prosecutor's office, did you have an opinion as to whether a child should testify in a courtroom as opposed to remotely?
Yes.
And
yeah.
what was your opinion?
It was interesting. A lot of prosecutors would call me from all over the state about, well, Nancy, how do you do this? How do you get the child to testify, in another room or whatever? And I said, well, we don't do that in Wayne County. We prepare the child to testify in court. And if the child has certain issues, we deal with them. but I thought it was very important. I really believe in the right of confrontation for an adult speaking in front of the defendant as well as the child. Because sometimes I feel if a child can't say it in front of the person they're accusing, then maybe it's not true. So we had our kids in court testifying, and I just believe certainly not everyone agrees with me on that one, but I feel very strongly about it.
I'd like to turn to the subject of child abuse. Is corporal punishment a crime in Michigan?
No. Well, I say no. I mean, parents are allowed to use corporal punishment to discipline their children. The question is when it becomes abuse versus punishment.
And of course, child abuse certainly is a crime.
Well, yeah, certainly we have the statutes are on the books, and we don't want parents hurting their children. So it's always a question of what's the parent's intent, what's the child's age, what's the nature of the abuse, was the child injured? There's so many things to look at when you're dealing with possible physical abuse of a child, because a parent is allowed to use physical discipline. And you or I, or maybe people involved here, would never hit a child or would never use a belt on a child. But some people believe that to be appropriate. And if you're not injuring a child, so to speak, or leaving bad marks, that's probably not going to be child abuse. But every case is so different. Again, I know in our unit, there would be times where I'd bring everybody into the room to discuss whether or not something was child abuse. We had a very diverse unit, and we all were raised very differently. And it was important to see what other people thought about something. So not every case where a parent is using physical force to discipline a child is going to be child abuse. Again, every case has to be looked at individually.
So there's no actual defined standard then that defines what child abuse is or what it is not? Is it sort of like we understand the definition of obscenity? It's sort of you know it when you see it sort of idea?
Well, to some extent. I mean, there's some guidelines again, and it might be a situation where a parent is not properly disciplining, and Child Protective Services may want to put some help in with the home, or have the parent get some parenting classes to learn a better way to deal with disciplining children. Not every case like that is a criminal case, but you certainly want to protect children. And as I say, you have to look at all sorts of factors that I listed before to determine whether in this case, whether you would view that as child abuse.
Do geographical locales also play a part in terms of whether or not or how actually physical or corporal punishment is viewed?
Well, the state has one law for all of us, but certainly various people were brought up differently. And I suppose it might make a difference, but which is why when I bring my group together, it wasn't so much geographical, but just how that we're all raised differently and think differently. And sometimes it's appropriate to get a wider group in terms of opinions than one narrow opinion in terms of how Nancy Deal thinks it should be, even though I'm usually right. But yes, okay.
Understood. Thank you. Are there also differences of opinion, for example, county by county within a state? And let's talk about Michigan in particular.
Well, I would say there's a difference because of the prosecutors. We know. I mean, you take a look at a good example lately in Oakland County with a new prosecutor. Instead of fighting every juvenile lifer case, she's going to look at them and do what's right. Instead of keeping everybody in prison, let's look to see if they're innocent. That's a huge difference in terms of who the prosecutor is. And I would say in every county, it's about who the prosecutor is, who's dealing with these cases more than anything else that makes a difference.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you something specific in terms of a fact sort of pattern here. Hypothetically, I'll ask you, have you ever seen a case in which a slap to the face of a child that left a red mark was found to be child abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen such a situation in which such an incident was charged as abuse or neglect?
No, but I was not in the juvenile court. Again, child protective civil proceedings are something different, but I can't imagine that being charged in the juvenile court either. I could see if something like that's going on, they would say it is inappropriate. Let's get some services into the home, maybe voluntarily. I'd be very surprised to see a case open. But again, that was not my area in juvenile court. I was in the criminal felony division.
Understood. I'd like to also ask you, you mentioned a little bit ago about the training associated with the protocol and the like, and you mentioned mandatory reporting. Are teachers subject to mandatory reporting rules in Michigan? And if so, could you kindly explain that for us?
Well, teachers are required, they're mandated reporters. So if they suspect child abuse or neglect, then they have to immediately call Child Protective Services.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may I have just a moment to talk with Judge Green and review my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I take a break too, Your Honor?
Yes, we were going to take a break before any cross-examination, but if you want to take a break right now, we can do that right now.
No, I can wait. Whatever
All
your
right.
pleasure.
No, we will take a break, and if Mr. Ashcraft is off more than another minute, we'll take a break right now.
Thank you.
Mhm. Mr. Ashcraft, either we're going to take a break right now, or you will continue with any questions that you have. Do you have any additional questions?
I do, Judge. I have a few more follow-up questions I'd like to ask if I may, but
All right.
if Ms. Deal needs a break, I certainly respect that and don't want to
Right.
create a situation.
Thank you. I'm going to call for a 10-minute break at this time. Let's come back in 10 minutes. Remember to mute your audio and turn off your video, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Deal.
the video is not. I think my hands go back.
It looks like everyone is back, with the exception of Mr. Helen.
He'll be here in a moment, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I'm here and I'm sorry for being late.
Not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Helen. I think we're ready to proceed then. Mr. Ashcraft?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Deal, I just have a couple more questions for you. I thank you. The first is this. You mentioned your personal opinion about children being present in the courtroom during these kind of adversarial proceedings. I want to ask you about a situation where in a remote sort of situation, in other words, what we're doing here, we're obviously not in an in-person setting. We're doing this by video. Would you have a concern if a child testified in a proceeding like this and was told that he or she could turn off their video feed so they did not have to see someone, the face of someone about whom they were testifying?
That does not seem right to me. I don't understand that.
Don't understand why that would be even
allowed.
Suggested?
Correct.
Okay. And my final question for you is going back to what you testified about hypothesis testing. Is it enough in terms of satisfying the protocol's requirement of hypothesis testing to simply ask a child if they're telling the truth?
No, that's not what it is. No,
Okay.
that's not hypothesis testing to say, are you telling me the truth?
All right. How about, same question, if a child is asked, did someone tell you what to say to me today, for example? Is that something that satisfies?
That could be a part of the hypothesis testing. Did someone tell you what to say? Yes. That certainly wouldn't be all, but
right.
That could be. I'm
One
sorry.
moment. That's
Yeah.
all right. We had some talking over. Mr. Ashcraft, I'm going to ask you to ask that question again. I was watching Ms. Jorgensen's face and it looked like she wasn't able to get that in. So we'll hear the question and then we'll hear the answer again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Deal, I need to ask you again, the second question with regard to hypothesis testing. Is it enough in terms of complying with the protocol's rules related to hypothesis testing to simply ask a child when they're being interviewed if someone told them what to say?
No, that would not be sufficient. That could be part of what you're asking, and that is sometimes a question that's asked, but that would not be the end of your testing.
You would have to do more to drill down into a subject, follow up, and the like?
Well, right, did someone tell you what to say, again, is a leading question. And it's not suggestive, but again, you're not letting the child speak. But that is a typical question because sometimes it appears that someone might have said something to the child. So that's not an unusual question. It's just not the only question that should be asked.
Understood. I thank you very much. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, any questions on cross-examination?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Deal.
Good morning.
Okay. In Wayne County, are the juvenile court proceedings held at the same time as the criminal court proceedings?
Well, that's an interesting question. A lot of times they are going on at the same time and we try to coordinate them. Or try not to have them going on at the same time, so to speak, where you have more than one trial going on.
Okay, so I don't mean at the same time, literally the same days, but
Oh,
are there times when children have to testify in juvenile court against a parent and then also have to testify in criminal court against the same parent?
yes,
Is Wayne County unique to that situation?
I wouldn't think so.
Are there other counties that do it all in one?
Well, there's other counties where the prosecutor handles both the felony cases and the civil child protection matters. Wayne County is very unusual in the fact that they have the Attorney General doing the civil child protection matters and the county prosecutor is doing the felony cases.
So is there anything suspicious about a child having to testify in juvenile court as well as in criminal court?
No,
When Mr. Ashcraft asked you about bias of an interviewer's position, are these things that you would consider in determining if the interviewer was biased? Whether the interviewer is trained in the forensic interviewing protocol?
well, I don't know if that would you please repeat your question?
Okay, so let me say it a different way. How would you determine if an interviewer is biased?
Well, the only way to assume that they're not is if they follow the protocol.
Okay, so if the interviewer is well trained in the protocol, that would help you to conclude that she's likely not biased. Is that true?
Not well trained, but actually following it correctly, then yes.
Okay.
Because an interviewer may have bias, but if you set that at the door and follow the protocol, then hopefully the bias will not be a part of the interview.
Okay, so if the interviewer is well trained in the protocol, very experienced at interviewing kids and follows the protocol, then you are less concerned about their being biased. Is that fair?
True. Yes.
If the interviewer, that same interviewer, uses hypothesis testing, does that help you determine or allay your concerns about there being bias?
Absolutely.
If the interviewer allows the child to say what happened and allows a child-centered interview to occur, does that allay your fears about bias?
Yes.
If the interview is video recorded so that others can review it at a later date, does that help allay your fears about the interviewing being biased?
That's very important because then it proves it either it was done correctly or it wasn't done correctly. So I think it's very important that it's video recorded.
Mr. Ashcraft asked you if it's troubling to have so many interviews. If what the children first said about the abuse is consistent across all interviews, is that reason to believe that they were truthful?
Yes.
Your testimony in this case today is not about case-specific information, is it?
Correct.
You didn't review any of the forensic interviews done in this case, right?
Correct.
And you've told us that the protocol is designed in part to reduce suggestibility in interviewing children, right?
Yes.
And does the protocol also protect perpetrators of child abuse?
Yes.
How does it protect perpetrators?
Well, because you're looking for accurate and fair information. And if you get fair and accurate information, then that's going to protect the innocent.
Does the protocol preserve the quality, if followed, preserve the quality and reliability of future interviews done with the child on the same topic if future interviews are necessary?
You're going to have to repeat that one for me.
Okay, so if the interviewer follows the protocol on the first interview and a second interview is required, does the fact that the interviewer followed the protocol help ensure that the future interview is not suggestive, or the child's statements made at the second interview are not suggestive?
Well, if the first, let me restate it just so I make sure I understand it. The forensic interviewing protocol is followed at the first interview, and it's also followed at the second interview. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. So then that should be all right.
Okay. Are you familiar with how the Wayne County Child Advocacy Center, also known as Kids Talk, conducts its business?
Yes.
Were you on the board of directors of Kids Talk?
Yes.
And were you involved in training Kids Talk employees at any point?
Yes.
based on your experience, does Kids Talk follow the forensic interviewing protocol?
Well, I have not looked at any of their interviews lately. The last time I looked at it was quite some time ago, and there were some issues. And I think you and I talked about them. But so it's always good to continue to review what's going on, because oftentimes interviewers start doing things incorrectly and then they get into a habit. So review of those interviews is extremely important in a children's advocacy center. And I'm hopeful that that's what's going on. That's what I recommended.
Do you have confidence that the leadership at Kids Talk follows your advice and is reviewing the interviewer's work and training them properly?
I hope so.
Pursuant to the protocol, how many people are allowed in the interview room?
Well, generally one, but not necessarily. You can have another person in there as long as they're basically don't say anything. Well, the important thing is that one person is conducting the interview. Sometimes there might be a reason for a support person. Not anyone connected with the child. Say it would never be a parent or a therapist or anyone like that. But it could be another person like the CPS worker or law enforcement. Again, if there was a reason for it. Typically, it's one person doing the forensic interview and the others watch from another room.
So in the interview room, it's typically just the interviewer and the child together.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of whether Kids Talk video records all of their interviews?
They do.
Okay. Is a parent or guardian allowed to watch the interview while it's in progress?
No.
What about after the interview is conducted?
No.
What if the parent is a criminal defendant or subject to a petition in juvenile court? Then are they allowed to watch the video?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term MDT, multidisciplinary team?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, the multidisciplinary teams, the various people come together so all the parties involved in a case to try to figure out what's best for the child, how to proceed.
Who are members of the team?
Well, generally it would be the advocacy center, child protective services, law enforcement, prosecutor, maybe a social worker, somebody connected with the family, people who have an interest in making a good decision for the child's welfare.
And does that team meet before the child is forensically interviewed?
No.
Who comes up with the potential hypotheses to be tested?
Well, the interviewer does, but the interviewer can discuss ahead of time, and they have information from the report and can certainly talk with the law enforcement people and the other people about the situation. So they would take input, and they should be looking at the reports too, just to say what's going on here so that they can properly hypothesis test. It would be very helpful to know if there's a divorce going on or a custody situation, so on. Some of the things are just having to do with what the child says that you know that you have to question and rule out. But some things are certainly case specific in terms of the relationship between the parties.
Does the quality of the interview depend in part on the hypothesis testing?
Yes.
Is hypothesis testing done to exclude the possibility that the child has a motive to lie?
Yes.
Are these questions that would help determine that if a child has a motive to lie? Is the child asked how he feels about the perpetrator?
Yes.
What if the child is asked if the perpetrator has done nice things for him or her?
Yes.
What if the child asked if the perpetrator has done mean things to him or her?
Yes.
What if the child is asked if everything he told the interviewer is the truth about the perpetrator?
Say that one again.
What if the child is asked if everything he has told the interviewer is the truth about the perpetrator?
Well, that's okay. I mean, I don't know how much value that one has, but fine.
Okay. What if the child is asked if the child has told the interviewer anything that is not the truth about the perpetrator?
Okay.
Are those legitimate questions that I've just read to you that help an interviewer determine whether a child has a motive to lie?
Yes.
Okay. Is hypothesis testing done to exclude the possibility that a child has been coached to lie by someone else?
Yes,
Are these questions that would help determine whether anyone coached the child to lie? If a child is asked if anyone told her what to say or what not to say,
yes,
or if the child is asked if is everything you've told me the truth,
okay,
or if the child is asked, is there anything you've told me that is not the truth?
okay,
Do those questions help determine whether a child has been coached to lie?
yes, but hopefully more than that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with those questions. Those certainly would be legitimate questions.
Is hypothesis testing done to exclude the possibility that a child has named someone as a perpetrator when it was not that person, but someone else who committed the act?
Yes,
Is hypothesis testing done to exclude the possibility that the act by the perpetrator was accidental?
yes,
Is hypothesis testing due to exclude the let me say that again. Is hypothesis testing done to exclude the possibility that the act by the perpetrator had an innocuous purpose?
that's too big of a word for me. What do you mean?
An innocent purpose.
So repeat the question, please.
Is hypothesis testing done to exclude the possibility that the act done by the perpetrator had an innocent purpose?
Okay,
So hypothetically, if a grandmother was accused of putting makeup on a facial injury on a child to conceal an injury inflicted by the child's father, would the following questions be good questions for hypothesis testing? Did grandma put makeup on your face because it was Halloween? Would that be a good question to ask in the hypothesis testing?
well, I guess if it happened on Halloween, otherwise it doesn't seem particularly a good question, but I guess it could be. Was it around the Halloween season? Yes.
Did grandma put makeup on your face because you were in a school play? Would that be a good question to ask?
Well, you could, again, I'd rather have, the child telling more about it. I guess if you have the child already explaining it all. So now you're asking, did grandma put it on for a school play?
Yes.
Well, it's okay, I guess. It's
All right. What if the question is asked, did you want your grandma to put makeup on your face? Did you ask for it? Would that be a good question?
I like that one.
Okay. Is a child expected to be able to read the mind of the perpetrator to see why he or she did something?
No.
Hypothetically, if the forensic interview is conducted involving physical abuse by the child's father and stepmother, would the hypothesis testing cover whether the child's grandmother put makeup on the child's face to conceal an injury?
Repeat that, please. I'm not understanding it.
Hypothetically, if the interviewer is investigating an allegation of physical abuse by the child's father and stepmother, would the hypothesis testing cover whether the child's grandmother put makeup on the child's face to conceal an injury?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not really following that question.
Okay, so if it is the interviewer expected to know everything that the child knows before the interview is done?
No.
And if the interviewer doesn't know everything the child knows, is she expected to ask the child about everything he knows?
Well, you're trying to get as much information from the child as possible, but certainly the child, and nobody's going to always give all the information. You don't even know what all the information is necessarily. So you're trying to get the best information from the child.
Okay. And if the topic of discussion at the interview is physical abuse by father and stepfather, would you expect a child to volunteer that, by the way, my grandmother put makeup on my injury?
Probably not.
Does the forensic interview protocol require that the interviewer go over rules with the child before the interview is done?
Yes.
What are the rules?
Oh, boy, there's a lot of rules. You know, you want them to tell the truth. If they don't understand a question, to let you know and you'll rephrase it. If they don't have an answer to the question, don't guess.
Is another one of the rules, correct me if I say something wrong?
Yes, excellent. That's good. I'm glad you corrected me. That's right. That was very good. You see,
And
that's
why-
one of the ways we train the children. You say something wrong and you want them to correct you. So you followed that perfectly.
Why do we have rules?
Well, again, it's try to get the best information. And you're also trying to tell the child, again, the difference between the typical adult-child relationship. So like typically you don't want kids correcting adults. But in this interview, if the adult says something wrong, you do want the child correcting the adult. And you don't want them guessing. So all of that is in hopes that you're going to get a more fair and accurate statement.
You testified that you were a trial attorney for many years, right?
True.
Okay. The rules that you and I have talked about just now, are they the
Yes.
same rules we tell all witnesses when they go to court, whether they're children or adults?
You sound pretty good. About the same.
Okay. If a child is told the rules, do all children remember and follow the rules?
No, not always. That's why when you give them the rules, you give examples. Sometimes at some point in the interview, you reinforce the rule if you think there's a problem or the child is hesitant. And you do your best.
So you testify that there are some situations where a second forensic interview might be necessary. Is that right?
Yes.
What are some reasons why a second interview might be necessary?
Well, because typically because the child's age or some other developmental issue, the child's attention span is not sufficient to get all the information. So that's a reason. Two, another reason is because other information becomes available in the interview. Let's say you start off thinking it's a child abuse case and you find out there's sexual abuse. So then you'll have another interview. Or just because of the length of the abuse or the nature of the abuse, you can't get to all of it in one interview.
If a child's interview revealed that a new hypothesis needed to be tested, could that be a good reason for having a second interview?
Yes, I could see that. That's not typical, but it certainly could be.
If the interviewers and the members of the multidisciplinary team didn't fully understand the child's statements, would that be a reason to conduct a second interview?
Well, I'm wondering why they didn't understand the statements. I guess, yeah, if the interview wasn't done appropriately, or I don't know, for some reason the child wasn't forthcoming and nobody really understood it, then yeah, I suppose if you don't have the information you need to make future decisions, that would be a reason to have another interview.
If a child reveals more information about the perpetrator's actions after he or she is removed from the abusive situation and feels safe to do so, would that be a reason to conduct a second interview?
Not generally, but if the child's giving more information, yes.
If a different allegation is mentioned by the child later, is that a reason to do a new interview?
Yes.
If a different perpetrator is mentioned by the child later, is that a good reason to do a second interview?
Yes.
So hypothetically, if a child makes an allegation later in time that he hasn't said before, would that be a reason to conduct another forensic interview?
Yes.
Hypothetically, if a child names a different perpetrator in addition to the one he previously named, would that be a good reason to conduct a forensic interview, a second forensic interview?
I think you already asked me that, but I'm going to say yes again.
Okay. What does the word the term child-centered mean?
Child-centered?
Yes.
Yeah, under the protocol?
Yes.
Yes. That it's developmentally sensitive to that child's age, their developmental stage, and them personally in terms of where do they take you. Even though there's a phased interview, you know, you go through the stages. If a child jumps to a different stage, you don't rush them back to another. Let's say at the beginning, even before you set the rules, if the child starts telling you about something, you'd let them proceed for a while, then go back to the rules. So that's what it means. The child is most important. So you're paying attention to the child's needs, and then you're going from there.
Does the protocol expect that a 7-year-old would know what the interviewer thinks is important?
No.
What about a 10-year-old?
Sorry,
One
I
moment.
didn't hear that. I did not hear that first question clearly.
Okay, I'll say it again. Does the protocol expect that a 7-year-old child would know what the interviewer thinks is important?
No.
What about a 10-year-old?
No.
Does the protocol recommend using age-appropriate language when questioning a child?
Absolutely.
Why
Don't
is that?
Stay innocuous to the child, because they won't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so why does the protocol recommend using age-appropriate language?
Well, so that the child will understand what you're asking.
Do those same rules apply in a courtroom when you're questioning a child?
Absolutely.
If an interviewer or an attorney in a courtroom asks a child questions or uses words the child doesn't understand, would you expect the child to provide reliable answers to those questions?
Well, no, if they don't understand it, but yeah, that's a problem. If you don't understand a question and answer it, even adults do that. Children do too. No one wants to look stupid, but that's why it really is important to try to prepare children before they're testifying about what they can and cannot do and say. And you hope that lawyers are developmentally appropriate with kids, but it's hard because attorneys aren't used to questioning children.
In your experience as a lawyer, have you seen attorneys use words that are not age appropriate for a child witness?
Yes.
Have you seen attorneys do that accidentally without even realizing that they're doing it?
Absolutely. I think, in fact, most cases it's not on purpose, but who knows? But you can tell. In fact, I used to stand up and object. And as Judge Crockett III always said, Miss Steele, doesn't matter whether you understand the question or not. It's whether or not the witness understands the question. But the witness would have got the point if it's okay to say that they didn't understand. But it is a problem. And you certainly don't want to leave a question on the floor that you know not to be appropriate, or especially if you don't even understand the question. How do you think an adult or a child's going to answer?
Does the interviewer pick the topic of the interview?
Say that again?
Does the interviewer pick the topic of the interview?
Yes.
And on what does the interviewer base their decision to pick a topic?
Well, that's based on the allegation that comes to their attention, which is typically the initial police report, either, or CPS report. Again, they're reviewing all that. So that's the typical, something comes in, there's an allegation of abuse, physical or sexual. And that's the hypothesis is the abuse, right? The abuse took place. And now you do the hypothesis testing to see whether or not that's true.
Okay. Do children always know when they go to Kids Talk what the topic of conversation is going to be?
You would hope so, but I wouldn't be surprised if some parents don't tell them.
Can you explain what the interviewer's role is in introducing a topic if the child does not know why he or she is there?
Well, you try not to be leading, but eventually, if you can't get the child to, bring it up, you're going to get more specific. But most kids know why they're there, or at least you say to them, okay, well, you were living with mom and now you're living with dad. Tell me about that. Or something you can do. Again, you try not to be leading, but once in a while you need to if a child really doesn't know why they're there. But again, even if you lead them, then the next question is, well, tell me all about that. So okay. You go right back to the open-ended questions.
Right. Does the protocol or good practice require or allow the interviewer to ask the child at the end of the interview whether everything he said is the truth or if he needed to make any corrections?
Well, I guess you could. I mean, it wouldn't be a question I would ask. I mean, that would be that would be a tough question, but again, I could see somebody asking that. I wouldn't say it's wrong. I just don't like it.
Okay. Does the protocol or good practice allow the interviewer to ask the child if anyone told them what to say or not say?
Well, I wouldn't ask it in or, because that's a problem, you know, those double, but yes, did anyone tell you what to say? That would be a fine question. Or did anyone tell you, you know, not, what was your other half of that?
What not to say?
What, you could do that. Yeah, that's a typical question.
Does the protocol or good practice allow the interviewer to ask a child whether he or she is willing to come back to talk if another interview is necessary?
Yes, in fact, that it is. If you think there is going to be another interview, that is a good question to let the child know that it may be necessary.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment to talk with Mr. Helen? We just will run down the hall and do that.
Yes, you may.
Judge,
Yes,
I'm back. Is everyone back?
yes, we didn't go anywhere.
Okay. It's hard to tell on Zoom. So the disciplinary council has no other questions.
Thank you. We will probably take a break before any redirect. Let me just ask Mr. Ashcraft, do you have redirect?
I do, Judge. Not much, but I do have some redirect.
All right. Let us take, we'll say a 10-minute break, but if you are back on camera before 10 minutes, if everybody is back on camera, then that's when I'll start. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Deal.
I think everyone is back, except I do not see Ms. Weingarten's video yet, and her audio is still off. So as soon as she comes back in, we will continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Not a problem. Thank you. And now, Mr. Ashcraft, you are not showing up on my screen. I see your phone. I see Judge Green.
I am here, Judge.
All right, one moment. I see you now. Thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, if you would like to continue with your redirect, please.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Deal, I appreciate your time today. I have a few more questions. If an interviewer suggests responses in follow-up questions, would you have concerns regarding bias?
Repeat that, please.
Yes. If an interview is conducting a forensic interview and in response to answers that are provided by a child and a follow-up question, if that interviewer suggests responses for that child, do you have a concern, or would you have a concern with bias?
I'd have a concern that the interview wasn't being done properly, and that, yes, there could be bias. I guess if you're suggesting things, sometimes it's accidental, but you certainly should not be following up questions with suggestions.
Thank you. Now, during the cross-examination conducted by Ms. Weingarten, I heard you asked many, many questions about second interviews. Do you have concerns with a situation where a child is interviewed more than a dozen times by some people trained in the protocol, as well as by others who are not trained in the protocol?
Yes.
Now, what if some...
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, you said dozens of interviews?
More than a dozen.
Well, first, I'm feeling badly for those children. And yes, I heard some were done correctly, some maybe not pursuant to the protocol. I would imagine everything would get rather confusing. And I would have to look again with greater scrutiny at what those children are saying at a later point in time.
Thank you. And would you have similar concerns if some of these more than 12 interviews did not follow the protocol and did not do hypothesis testing?
Well, if they didn't do hypothesis testing, then they weren't following the protocol. But you're right, if they didn't follow everything else in the protocol, that's wrong. If they didn't do hypothesis testing, that's wrong. And that would be a concern.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Deal, would you have a concern with an interview? I'm sorry, let me start again. Would you have a concern with an interviewer doing a forensic interview of a child 13 years or younger by going to their home to do so?
Well, that's not the best place to interview a child. Even with sometimes when law enforcement and child protective services have to get some information initially, that can be very difficult. But once that's not an emergent situation, then that would not be the place where you would interview a child. You would want them at either a children's advocacy center or some room or area that was appropriate to interview a child, not in the basement.
What if that interviewer conducted their first interview of that child at the Kids Talk facility?
Well, that's an appropriate facility to conduct an interview. I mean, it has an appropriate room and also has the ability to video record the interview.
Right, but what if that same interviewer then did follow-up interviews at the child's home instead of Kids Talk?
Well, I'm not understanding that, why you wouldn't go back to Kids Talk or some other appropriate place.
Thank you. Does the sophistication of a child play a role in how a child is questioned by an attorney in a proceeding?
Absolutely. I mean, it has to do, again, that's part of the developmental age of the child, you know, how sophisticated they are or other issues. Every child is different. That's why you really want to try to focus in on the needs of that particular child.
Understood. If after 4 interviews, a child says that he has lied during the last interview, is that a cause for concern regarding his prior testimony in his interviews?
Well, absolutely. I mean, if a child is saying they lied, you certainly have to take a look at what did they lie about and the reason why they lied, and you're going to need to explore that. Sometimes they can explain the reason, and it makes perfect sense given the situation, and other times it means they're just not being truthful.
Thank you. Would it be appropriate for an interviewer on video with that child to summarize the lie that that child told and then ask the child to simply confirm whether or not it was summarized correctly?
Well, normally when you summarize something, there's a number of sentences and goes on for quite a while. So it may be difficult for the child to follow everything. As long as it was simple, it was so that the child could understand it, I don't see a big problem with the child in either agreeing or disagreeing that that's what they said.
Strike that. If a child says during a forensic interview that they had or that they were beaten 500 times and that the person that beat them took a break after every 100 beatings, and that child counted during the course of that beating, would that cause you concern in terms of the credibility of the testimony?
I'm sorry, would you start again? I thought you were saying something else and it didn't follow for me. Would you repeat that hypothetical, please?
Yes, thank you. Hypothetically, if a child were to say during a forensic interview that he, on an occasion, was beaten 500 times, and that the person that beat him took a break after every 100 beatings, and that child counted, and that's how he knew of the number of beatings, would that cause you concern?
You mean he was struck 500 times?
Yes, struck
Okay,
500
yeah.
times.
Yeah, that would cause me concern.
Would it cause you concern with regard to the protocol being followed if there were no follow-up questions with regard to such a statement?
Yes, it would concern me because that doesn't make a lot of sense what the child said. And maybe the child felt like it was going on or there was that many, but that would be highly unusual and probably not true. But again, every case is different, but you certainly would want to follow up with the child on that.
Hypothetically, if a child were to say during a forensic interview that their father had murdered someone and hid the body, and there was no follow-up in the forensic examination regarding that, would that cause you concern?
Yes, but again, well, that would be quite a statement. But again, that wasn't the focus of the interview. We talked before about the fact if the child said that you might have some questions, but basically that would be the topic of another day because you don't really want the child going off on that, but it doesn't sound very real, but you don't know for sure. So you would not want to let your interview go way off the topic on that, but you certainly would have some concern if the child is telling you they've been struck 500 times and then father killed somebody and buried the body. Those things are not sounding, typically, they're not sounding very real.
Thank you. If a child is asked during a forensic interview if they told anyone about them being abused, and that child responds yes, does the protocol require that there's follow-up questions to find out who they told?
Well, absolutely. The next question would be, well, who did you tell? And then tell me all about that.
Hypothetically, if a child says during a forensic interview that, quote, they, close quote, did certain things, and, for example, that makeup was applied to cover up abuse, but there were no follow-up questions as to what the child meant by the word they, does that comply with the protocol?
No, you need to know who the they, who's they? Is that one person or more than one person, and who are they?
Thank you. Now, if a child were told that if they did not testify in a matter, that they could go to juvie by not doing so, would that cause you concern?
Yes.
Why?
Well, you're threatening the child with going to, I guess, juvie. Does that mean juvie jail? That's what it sounded
Yes.
like you meant. Or that, so, I mean, that's a threat. It seems like there's a better way to do it. Now, you know, the judge might threaten the child if the child's on the stand and not saying something, but I can't imagine someone ahead of time, child says, well, I don't want to testify. I mean, you would let the child know that's not up to them, that, you know, that's, they're going to be called and that they need, you know, those are the rules. And normally you talk to kids and you explain how this works, you don't have a problem, but no, I would never threaten a child with going to juvie if they didn't testify. I cannot recall, I just can't believe somebody would say that.
Thank you. And I have the same question. If that child is told that, and the child is told that in the office of the investigator doing the questions, would that cause you the same concern?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Deal. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions on recross, Ms. Weingarten?
Yes. Ms. Deal, in the same scenario Mr. Ashcraft just painted, if the child asks an interviewer during a break in the proceedings, if I don't testify, will I go to juvie? What would the correct answer to that question be?
Who's asking it? The child's asking who?
A lawyer who is handling a proceeding.
What's going to happen if they don't testify?
Yes, if he asks specifically, if I
Yes.
don't testify,
Yes.
will I go to juvie?
Then I would say that's up to the judge. When you get on the stand, the judge is going to expect you to testify. And if you don't testify, the judge is going to want to know the reason why. And then it's going to be up to the judge to determine what happens.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Deal.
Thank everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Deal. We appreciate your being here today. We're going
You're
to
welcome.
excuse you now.
Thank you.
I see in the waiting room a K. Northsinger. Mr. Ashcraft, is that your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Caitlin Nofsinger will be my next witness.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We are ready then to proceed since we've just had a break. Is everyone ready?
Yes, Your
Judge.
Honor.
All I need.
I'm sorry. So the people do have a motion to make, but it can wait till after Ms. Nofsinger testifies so we don't keep her waiting.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, you were saying?
Yes, Judge. All I need to do is just switch outlines on my computer. I simply need 1 minute and I'm ready to go.
All right, thank you. While you're doing that, I'm going to bring the witness in out of the waiting room then.
Thank you.
Good morning. Is that Ms. Northsinger? You are muted.
Yes, that's me.
All right, thank you. My name is Judge Betty Widgeon, and I am going to swear you in. Mr. Ashcraft, for the record, would you please call your witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of the respondent, Judge Tracy Green, I call Caitlin Nossinger.
All right, thank you. Ms. Knopfsinger, I'm going to go over I'm going to swear you in first, and then I'm going to read the information on the sequestration order and the hearing and witness protocol order, which you should have received before today. Have you seen those two orders?
Yes, I have.
All right, thank you. Raise your right hand, please, to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you.
I swear.
All right, thank you. You may put your hand down, and now I'll go over the other two orders. With respect to sequestration, one moment. With respect to sequestration, this order and the sequestration will remain in effect until the witnesses are released from it by the master or until the proceedings before the master conclude. To be clear, this means that the order remains in effect even after the witness testifies unless the witness is released by the master. Sequestration includes a prohibition on any witness, except while testifying via Zoom during the proceedings, from doing any of the following: discussing their testimony in any format or by any means with another witness, viewing the proceedings on any device, listening to the proceedings on any device, or accessing or viewing any information about the proceedings via any social media or news outlets. Potential witnesses may discuss the pending formal complaint with counsel for the parties and may be shown exhibits by counsel prior to their testimony. A failure to serve the order by any party or a violation of the order by a witness is grounds to exclude a witness or to exclude testimony given by that witness prior to discovery or the failure or violation. Do you have any questions regarding that order?
No, I do not.
Thank you. The second order is the order regarding hearing and witness protocol. Witnesses shall certify that they are alone in the room where they testify or identify all individuals present during an examination. Are you alone in the room where you're testifying?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. No witness shall access or review any documents or other materials beyond the relevant hearing exhibits, pleadings, or transcripts or police reports during their testimony until the hearing is over. No witness shall have a document within reach or sight. If a witness needs to refer to a document, They may do so only if invited by counsel or approved by the master. Witnesses shall certify under oath that no one has given them information by any means to assist in testifying that counsel and the master cannot observe. Do you so certify?
I do.
And witnesses shall not have access to cell phones, laptops, smart watches, or similar devices in the room during their examination, other than the device they will use for their virtual testimony. Do you happen to have a cell phone in the room with you?
It's over there. Do you want me to put it in the kitchen?
It doesn't have to be put in the kitchen. Is it turned off or on vibrate?
It's on It's on silent.
Okay, on silent, that would be fine then. Just the last overall question, with respect to those two orders, do you swear or affirm that you have followed those and that you will continue to follow those until and unless you are released?
I swear. I'll follow.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, we're ready for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Nostinger, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
You're quiet, but I can hear you.
Thank you. I'll try to speak a little bit louder. Is that better?
Yes,
Thank you. You are a school teacher, is that correct?
correct.
Would you please share with us your educational background?
I attended Eastern Michigan University after graduating Garden City High School. I graduated Eastern in 2012.
And the degree you received?
A bachelor's in science for elementary education.
And did you eventually receive a teaching certificate to teach in the state of Michigan?
I did later that year in 2012.
Thank you. And if you would, please tell us about your professional experience as a teacher.
I started teaching in California. My husband was in the military, so I had the opportunity to teach at the school on base there for the 6 months we were there. Upon returning home, I received a job at David Ellis Academy West, where I have been for the past 8 years.
8 years at the David Ellis Academy.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you. And did you teach 4th grade at the David Ellis Academy for the 2017-2018 school year?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall a student by the name of Gary Davis Head Jr.?
Yes, I do.
And you recall him by both name and sight?
Can you say that again?
It wasn't a very good question. Let me ask you again. You recall the name,
Yes.
and you specifically recall interacting with Gary Jr. as a student of yours in the 4th grade at David Ellis?
Yes, he was there until December.
Thank you. And could you tell us, please, what do you recall about Gary as one of your students?
Gary was very smart. He was quiet, very polite. He interacted well in the class. He was new to the school. But overall, he was a really good kid.
And did you have an opportunity to not only interact with him during teaching hours, so to speak, but also both before and after class?
Sorry. I mean, not too much. He would be there when the bell rang, and he would go home with his siblings after school. He wasn't there much longer. So, I mean, like just shortly after the bell time at dismissal, I would interact with him.
Without telling me anything, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No, I would say just nothing more than that. I mean, it was just standard. I mean, it wasn't extensive after or before school.
Okay. And without telling me anything specific that he ever said, Can you tell me what sorts of things he talked with you about?
Well, during that time, I had announced to the class that my husband and I were expecting our first child. So he would often, ask how I was doing. He'd probably talk about comics, things like that. He would always share things that he might have done that weekend. I can't remember anything specific, but
Did he ever share with you things about his family?
just that who his siblings were, what they would have done like a weekend. I think I recall a sibling having a birthday, so he probably talked about a birthday party, but nothing extensively about his family, no.
Did you perceive that Gary Jr. got along with everyone?
Yeah.
Objection.
What's the objection?
I'll withdraw the objection.
All right, thank you. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Knopfsinger, did you ever observe any marks on Gary Jr.'s body
I did
that
not.
led you to? Okay.
Sorry.
Let me ask the question again, because I may have spoken over you. Did you ever observe any marks on Gary Jr.'s body that led you to conclude that he had been somehow physically abused?
I did not.
Did you ever observe any marks on Gary Jr.'s body of any sort?
I did not, no.
Did you ever see a red mark, such as a mark that may be left by a handprint that may have resulted from a slap to his cheek?
No, I did not.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions regarding mandated reporting. As a teacher, are you a mandated reporter in Michigan?
Yes.
And could you tell us, please, what does that mean?
It means if I see anything, hear anything, or suspect anything with any of the students in my class, that I am to report it to my mandated reporter at the school.
And are you trained to observe children specifically for that purpose?
I get, we've never had a specific training. They've told us like what to do, signs to look for, things like that. So I guess, yes, no extensive training, but like teacher training, yes.
So do I understand correctly that you have been trained as a certified teacher in Michigan to look for certain signs, evidence of abuse or neglect, and then report that? Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever report any concern of any sort with regard to concerns related to child abuse or neglect of Gary Jr.?
I did not. I had no concerns, no signs that I would have ever thought to report it.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have simply 30 seconds, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Knopfsinger.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, any questions?
Yes, Ms. Knopfsinger, you told us that Gary Jr. was in your school until December of 2018?
The 2017. So he was only there from September until December
Of what year?
of 2017.
Do you know why he was removed from your school or your class in December of 17?
I do not. It was upon returning from one of the breaks. and he had never returned. I questioned his attendance to the office, and then that is when they later told me that they had contacted and that they were no longer attending the school.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Gary and his siblings.
Now, are you sure you've got the right year that this conversation and this withdrawal from your school occurred in 2017?
No, I guess it was the 2017, 2018 school year. I know it was around Christmas, so maybe it was to January 2018.
Okay. All right. After the last day that you saw Gary Jr. in December of 17th, did you ever see him again?
I did not know.
Did you ever communicate with him again?
He messaged me on Facebook, but I never responded.
All right. Did the children at your school in 2017 wear uniforms?
Yes.
Describe for the judge what kind of uniform they wore.
At that time, they were very formal. So boys were required to wear khaki pants, long sleeve or short sleeve dress shirts if they chose. The fourth grade boys were required to wear a blue cardigan vest over their shirts. They could also wear a cardigan sweater of some kind, and just the specific school colors.
If the weather was warm, were the boys allowed to wear shorts?
No, they were not at that time.
Did the children attend gym class?
Yes, they did.
When they attended gym class, did they change their clothing?
They only changed their shoes.
So is it fair to say that the only parts of the children that you could see were their face and their arms only if they wore short sleeve shirts?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Additional questions, Mr. Ashcraft?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one. Ms. Nowsinger, the children in your fourth grade class were allowed to wear short sleeve shirts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Nowsinger.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, any further questions?
No.
All right. Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Nowsinger.
Thank you, Ms. Knopfinger. We'll let you leave at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Ashcraft, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, my next witness is Theo Cross, and we have him slotted for 12:30, hopefully understanding the timing of what we were doing this morning and then taking a short lunch break. If Your Honor is not inclined to take the lunch break now, I could certainly reach out to Mr. Cross to see if he's available right now.
All right, I am actually ready to take that lunch break. Ms. Weingarten, is there anything you would like to add, or Mr. Helen?
No about the lunch break, but I do have a motion to make.
All right, Mr. Helen, anything further before we hear about the motion?
Always ready for a lunch break also?
All right, so we will be taking a lunch break. Ms. Weingarten, do you want to bring that motion right before we get started at lunch? I'm sorry, when we come back from lunch?
Whenever Your Honor tells me to is fine.
All right, let's do that. Let's take our lunch break right now since we're so close to noon and be back at 12:30. We will go into a breakout room to hear that motion initially, and then we'll come back and get started on the record again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Come on in.
I have another thought.
running dispute about my cat. It's not even a real dispute. It's just,
Judge Green, we can hear you.
oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No problem.
Council, I am just going to step out of the room for about a minute, 30 seconds. I'll be right back in case Judge Widgeon comes.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So council, I had a call that came through that I had to take the last 10 minutes there. We wanted to, I think there was a motion that you wanted to discuss, Ms. Weingarten, and we were going to go into a breakout room to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, but Mr. Ashcraft and I have communicated during the lunch break, and I think he wants to put that decision or that motion on hold. Is that right, Mr. Ashcraft?
That's right. We can address that later today privately, and then Judge will have a response before our next sitting.
All right, thank you very much. Now, in the waiting room, I see a name, Market Advantage. Do we know that name, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge, that's the witness that will be following my first witness this afternoon, who is Theo Cross.
That is
All right, let me
Oh,
see.
Marcus. Oh, Market. I'm sorry. I thought you said Marcus.
No, I see Market, M-A-R-K-E-T, Market Advantage.
Yes, Judge, that is my next witness, Theo Cross. I thought you said Marcus because the witness after Mr. Cross happens to be the first name Marcus. So.
Right, well, thank you. All right, so what we will do then is bring him in. I will ask you to call your next witness, and then we will proceed as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Hello,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Sir, what is your name?
Theodis McKinley Cross.
All right, one moment, please. I'm going to make it so that I see that name on my screen.
Okay.
Just a second here. How do you spell Theodis?
Theodis.
All right, one moment. And what was the middle name, was there?
McKinley, McKinley.
And the last name is Cross?
Yes, as in cross the street.
All right, thank you. Do you see the name that's reflected for you right now, Mr. Cross?
Yes, thank you.
Is that correct?
Yes,
All right, thank you. My name is Betty Widgeon. I'm the arbitrator. We'll start with me swearing you in, and that'll be the regular oath, and then I will ask you about these two orders that you should have seen already regarding sequestration and also the hearing and witness protocol. Raise your right hand, please. One moment. The first thing I was to do, Mr. Ashcraft, is ask you if you would call your next witness. So please do that, and then I will swear Mr. Cross in.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, we call on behalf of Respondent Judge Tracy Green, Mr. Theo Cross.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cross, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you.
yes,
Thank you. You may put your hand down. With respect to the sequestration order, the order reads as follows. This order and the sequestration will remain in effect until the witnesses are released from it by the master or until the proceedings before the master conclude. To be clear, this means that the order remains in effect even after the witness testifies unless the witness is released by the master. Sequestration includes a prohibition on any witness, except while testifying via Zoom during the proceedings, from doing any of the following: discussing their testimony in any format or by any means with another witness, viewing the proceedings on any device, listening to the proceedings or on any device, or accessing or viewing any information about the proceedings via any social media or news outlets. Potential witnesses may discuss the pending formal complaint with counsel for the parties and may be shown exhibits by counsel prior to their testimony. A failure to serve the order by any party or a violation of the order by a witness is grounds to exclude a witness or to exclude testimony given by that witness prior to discovery of the failure or violation. The second order is the order regarding hearing and witness protocol. Witnesses shall certify that they are alone in the room where they testify or identify all individuals present during an examination. Are you alone in the room where
Yes.
you're testifying from? All right, thank you. And no witness shall access or review any documents or other materials beyond the relevant hearing exhibits, pleadings, or transcripts or police reports during their testimony until the hearing is over. No witness shall have a document within reach or sight. If a witness needs to refer to a document, they may do so only if invited by counsel or approved by the master. Witnesses shall certify under oath that no one has given them information by any means to assist in testifying that counsel and the master cannot observe. Do you so certify, sir?
Yes.
Witnesses shall not have access to cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, or similar devices in the room during their examination other than the device which they will use for their virtual testimony. And do you have a cell phone in the room right now?
I do, and I can remove it right now.
Or you can place it out of your reach. It doesn't have to be outside of the room, and it needs
Okay.
to be turned off or on vibrate.
Okay.
Thank you. And
No problem.
what device are you using to come into Zoom today?
A tablet.
All right, a tablet. Thank you. Do you, thinking of both of these orders together, do you swear or affirm that you have followed these orders and that you will continue to follow the orders unless you are and until you are released by the master?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cross.
Good afternoon.
I understand that you are a licensed realtor in Michigan. Is that right?
Yes.
And when did you receive your real estate license?
If I recall correctly, in March of 2011.
And if you would please share with us your educational background.
Yes. I graduated from CMA High School, located in Detroit. I also attended Eastern Michigan University for business studies. I did not graduate. I actually left early because my mother, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and she lived alone. I came home to take care of her. Subsequently, I started my own business, and then from there, I've become sort of a serial entrepreneur, and that's led me to today, where I still work for myself, and I'm still very happy to do so.
Understood. Can you share with us, please, what you do for a living? You said you're a serial entrepreneur, so to speak.
Yes. Again, I am a licensed realtor. Also, I have a commercial cleaning company that operates throughout Metro Detroit, areas like Novi, and for the majority in Warren and Detroit proper, places of that nature. I also have a commercial, excuse me, not a commercial, but a small business loan brokerage that's located in Detroit, on the lodge in between Schaefer and Outer Drive. Other than that, I just generally I provide business advisory services to those individuals that are looking to become an entrepreneur. They don't have a general direction about what they're going to do, so they come to me to find some type of direction and get their business outlined and structured so they can reach profitability.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Do you know Tracy Green?
Yes.
Could you share with us, please, how you came to know Tracy
Yes.
Green?
I came to know Tracy Green because in 2016, I worked for a company that her son, Gary Davis Head, also was working for. We met at that company and found that, a lot of the things that we held dear were in alignment, and, we struck a friendship. And from there, we spoke a lot and found that a lot of our, aspirational goals as far as business were aligned as well. So from there, we decided to, start experimenting with different ways we could go into business with each other, which came to fruition. And after that, I met pretty much his entire family, his wife, his children, his grandmother, his grandfather, Tracy Green's father before he passed, Tracy Green herself, her husband, pretty much the entire family that was in Michigan.
You mentioned his sons. Are you speaking of Tracy Green's grandsons, Gary Jr. and Russell?
Yes.
And how long have you known Gary Jr. and Russell?
I've known them since 2016.
And in what context do you know them?
I know them in a context of a friend of the family. Also, a sort of role model to the children. It's been expressed to me before that the children do look up to me and find me as a person of comfort. So I should, be aware of that and behave as such. So I've also, babysat them and on multiple occasions, and just the general friend of the family.
Understood. And so you have spent significant periods of time with Gary Jr. and Russell?
Yes.
You indicated that you also babysat for them. Do you recall how many times you sat for Gary Jr. and Russell?
At least 2.
And I'd like to ask you about those 2 occasions when you sat for them. Do you recall the first occasion?
Yes.
If you would, please tell us about that.
The first occasion was, if I'm remembering correctly, was, I believe, it may have been towards the end of 2017, beginning of 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Gary and we had a small office located in the upstairs of China, who is Gary Davis one of the mothers of his children, Daisy, the upstairs of her house. And he stepped out for a second. I can't recall what for, but I was placed in charge of the children, who was Gary Jr. and Russell. And I watched them for maybe a couple of hours that day. And in particular, they just were normal kids. They expressed to me, different things that they're into and showed me different drawings. Gary Jr. is very smart and he has a lot of drawings of inventions and things that he wants to do, and Russell as well. And, they expressed to me, all types of things. They talk to me all the time. They're very comfortable with me. So I just watched them as Gary went to run errands for the day.
Now, during that time, in which you recall to be late 2017 or early 2018, did you observe any marks on the bodies of either Gary Jr. or Russell?
No.
And when I say marks, I'm talking about any indication that would have led you to believe that the boys were being physically abused in any way?
No.
And did you see any marks on either of their faces, maybe something that was representative of them being slapped?
No.
You said that there was a second time that you recall sitting for Gary Jr. and Russell. Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes. This obviously was after the first occasion. However, I don't remember exactly when. I do recall CPS showing up though at their property on Manor. So I'm assuming it's sometime after the legal troubles started to brew, or right around the area where it began. And I was watching the children for about the same period of time, maybe 2 to 3 hours. And Gary and Katie, it was because Gary and Katie were, I can't remember if they were out for recreation or errands or what it may have been, but I was watching the children in their place.
And when you say the Manor House, that's the home in which they lived?
Yes. The first time, well, actually, yes, because I've known them since they were on their property. I believe it was, it may have been Roselawn, but it was the property on Manor the second time that I watched them.
Now, you said during this second occasion that you recall,
yes,
on Manor, that CPS stopped by. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. I believe it was either CPS or the police had been called in the capacity that something was wrong with the children.
Okay, could you tell us about that, and specifically what you recall about CPS or the Detroit Police Department stopping by?
Yes. I was sitting on a chair that was pretty much adjacent to the walkway to the living room. And I sort of just looked up, and the police were kind of over my shoulder. And that Gary and Katie were actually just walking in as that occurred. So they are the ones who actually let the police in, or CPS, whichever one it was. It could have been both. The police could have been just accompanying them. But it struck me as surprising because the children were in my care and in good hands. Everybody was happy and playing as usual. So I pretty much at that point just handed the situation over to Gary and Katie as they were the parents. So from there, it was pretty much out of my hands.
Understood. When either the Detroit Police or CPS were present on this occasion, did you observe them having an opportunity to see the boys?
I recall them checking on the children. Yes, I didn't actually see what transpired during a check, but I do recall them checking on the welfare of the children.
During this time when you were sitting for them on Manor, did you observe any marks on either of the boys' bodies?
No.
Specifically, did you notice any mark on either of their faces, on their cheeks, that may be representative of a slap?
No.
In all the time, Mr. Cross, that you saw the boys and had interaction with the boys, did you ever observe any marks on their bodies?
No.
Same question, if I may, with regard to any marks on either of their cheeks at any time that you saw them.
No.
Now, did there come a time when you also had occasion to transport the boys between a couple of different locations?
Yes.
And could you please tell us about that?
When the safety plan was enacted for the children, I transported them from April's. I'm not sure of her last name, but April was the one in care of them, who is a family member, if I'm not mistaken. I transported them from April's house to China's house. And during that time, I also stopped at a McDonald's to get them food as April directed. Which April supplied. She supplied the funds for, and I spoke with them briefly, in majority about just trying to support their mental health effectively, because. Excuse me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, because again, I'm a friend of the family, and the welfare of the children come first, and I was just concerned about their general mental state. Gary Jr. expressed to me that he felt—
Objection, hearsay.
Is there any response?
No response, Judge.
Objection is sustained.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cross, we're not going to be able to talk about, or you're not going to be able to testify about anything that the boys said to you specifically. So that was what happened there. Okay, thank you, but you're not going to be able to talk about that.
Okay.
You indicated that you spent time with them on that trip and made a stop for some dinner or a meal at least, and
yes.
You were concerned about their well-being. Is this the time right after they were removed from their father's care?
Yes. And by right after, I believe it had been maybe a week or so. It could have been some days to a week.
Thank you. And on that particular occasion, when you transported them between April's house and China's house, and then you stopped at McDonald's, how long did you spend with them in total that day?
Approximately 30 to 40 minutes, an hour maximum.
And during your interaction with the boys that day, did you observe any marks of any sort on their bodies?
No.
On that occasion, did you observe any marks on either of their faces, specifically on their cheeks, that may have been representative of them being slapped?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, any questions on cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Cross, when you're referring to the first time that you babysat them in 2017 or 2018, and you never saw any marks, did you ever ask the boys to disrobe so you could see their naked bodies?
Never.
What about the second time you were babysitting, the day the police or CPS showed up? Did you ask the boys to disrobe so you could see their bodies?
No, I didn't.
And what about the day you took them to McDonald's? Did you ask them to disrobe so you could see their bodies?
I did not.
The day you took them to McDonald's, did you ask them any questions about their grandma, Tracy Green?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Mr. Ashcraft, anything further?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Cross, on all the times that you have had personal interaction with Gary Jr. and Russell, was there ever any reason that you felt that you needed to ask either of the boys to disrobe so you could inspect their bodies?
Never.
Did you ever at any time suspect that they were being physically abused by a parent?
Never.
If the allegations were made like that, would you find those surprising?
Objection, relevance.
Any response?
Yes, Judge, the response is it was a door that was opened by Ms. Weingarten when she was asking whether or not he ever asked them to disrobe to show them their naked bodies.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Ms. Weingarten, any further questions?
No, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you,
Yes, Judge,
Mr.
thank you.
Mr. Cross, you are excused.
Okay. Good day, everyone.
Mhm.
Okay.
And Mr. Ashcraft, who is going to be your next witness, please?
The next witness, Your Honor, will be Marcus Holmes.
All right, I see that name in the waiting room. There is another name in the waiting room that it looks like it's T Brown 28. Does anybody know that person?
Yes, Judge, that will be the witness that will follow Mr. Holmes.
All right, and that would be Ms. Edwards.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. At this time, then I will let Mr. Holmes in. Mr. Marcus Holmes, I see your name. It says that you are muted. Okay, now. All right. What is your name?
It is Marcus Holmes. That's correct.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Ashcraft has just called you as the next witness for respondent. And my name is Betty Rankin Widgeon. I am going to, and I've been appointed to handle this matter as far as to preside over this hearing. So we're going to start with me swearing you in. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you.
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Holmes, what does the R stand for, your middle name?
It's Ray.
Ray, R-A-Y?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Holmes, there is an order regarding the hearing and witness protocol and also a sequestration order that you should have seen before today. And I'm going to go over those with you. And at the end, I'm going to ask you if you have followed these orders and if you are indicating that you will continue to follow these orders unless and until you are released. All right.
Okay.
Let's start with the sequestration order. Sequestration order says that the sequestration includes let me back up. The order of sequestration will remain in effect until the witnesses are released from it by the master or until the proceedings before the master conclude. To be clear, this means that the order remains in effect even after the witness testifies unless the witness is released by the master. Sequestration includes a prohibition on any witness except while testifying via Zoom during the proceedings from doing any of the following: discussing their testimony in any format or by any means with another witness, viewing the proceedings on any device, listening to the proceedings on any device, or accessing or viewing any information about the proceedings via any social media or news outlets. Potential witnesses may discuss the pending formal complaint with counsel for the parties and may be shown exhibits by counsel prior to their testimony. A failure to serve the order by any party or a violation of the order by a witness is grounds to exclude a witness or to exclude testimony given by that witness prior to discovery of the failure or the violation. Moving on to the second order. Witness, this is the order regarding hearing and witness protocol. Witnesses shall certify that they are alone in the room where they testify or identify all individuals present during an examination. Are you alone in that room?
I am, Your Honor. I just want to let you know, if you hear a dog bark, it's the neighbor's dog. It's a
All right.
massive dog. So,
All right.
but I'm alone in the room.
All right, thank you. And no witness shall access or review any documents or other materials beyond the relevant hearing exhibits, pleadings, or transcripts or police reports during their testimony until the hearing is over. No witness shall have a document within reach or sight. If a witness needs to refer to a document, they may do so only if invited to by counsel or approved by the master. Witnesses shall certify under oath that no one has given them information by any means to assist in testifying that counsel and the master cannot observe. Do you so certify that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And one more, the witnesses shall not have access to cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, or similar devices in the room during their examination other than the device they will use for their virtual testimony. Do you have a phone in the room with you now, Mr. Holmes?
No, I moved it to the other room.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, I think we're ready to proceed, Mr. Ashcraft. Oh, before we do, I should make myself a note. Since I read both of those orders to you, I promised you that I would say, have you followed those orders, and are you swearing or affirming that you will continue to follow those orders unless and until you are released?
Yes, and I do affirm.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ashcraft, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes.
Good afternoon.
If you could, sir, please share with us your occupation.
Yes, I do have two. I am the director of music for the Greater Christ Baptist Church, and I'm also the operations general manager for the city of Detroit.
Thank you. If you would please tell us a little bit about what you do in your position with the city of Detroit.
Sure. I oversee the policy, planning, and operations function for the Human Resources Department, and that involves policy development, policy advocacy, policy interpretation and guidance. The planning aspect of my role oversees workforce analytics and strategic planning for initiatives like employee engagement, recognition and rewards, and talent development. And the operations part is kind of monitoring our $14 million budget for human resources to ensure that we are fulfilling our mission of becoming a great place to work and an employer of choice. So that's kind of what I do for the city of Detroit.
Thank you. And how large is the department that you oversee?
So the Human Resources Department has 105 employees. The Policy Planning and Operations Division, for where I am the general manager, has just under 20.
Thank you. And how long have you been with the city of Detroit in your capacity there?
I've been with the city for 18 years now.
And would you share with us, please, your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's of business administration with a concentration in management and human resources management. And I'm certified by the Society of Human Resources Management, as well as the Human Resources Certification Institute.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned that there's a second occupation that you have, and that's associated with being a ministry leader at Greater Christ Baptist. Could you please share with us the details about that?
Sure. I've been with Greater Christ since 2005 in various capacities, first with the children and youth ministry exclusively as the music ministry lead there, and progressively developed in working with the other groups, including the adult choir, the men's chorus, the young adult group. And so I oversee the music and planning for music in worship, and which has been an interesting journey in this pandemic, but of course, providing music as is appropriate for all of the worship experiences for congregants and visitors.
Understood. And do you know Tracy Green?
I do. I know her very well.
If you could kindly share with us how you know Tracy Green.
Absolutely. When I started with the Greater Christ Baptist Church in 2005, again, my initial work was with the children and youth ministry. And Tracy has a son, Travis, and a daughter, Simone, who were part of that ministry as young children. And so, of course, Tracy being a devout parent and devout Christian, I met her from engaging with her children, her coming to pick them up, and found her to be a great, high-spirited individual who loves worship. As I began to work with the adult choir, I would encounter Tracy, of course, because she is a faithful member, of the music ministry there. And so I would see her regularly on Mondays with the kids and on Thursdays with the adult choir. I happen to know her husband as well, who I went to high school with from Murray Wright many years ago. And so we developed a great friendship also outside of the music ministry.
How many years have you known Tracy?
So that would make it, I guess, 16 years, I think, if I'm counting right.
And you indicated that you know her within the context of the church family. Do you also know her personally and socially outside of church?
I do. We have developed a great friendship, oftentimes dinners together with her and Andre, various events, going to see Motown events, theater, and all of those types of things. I've had the opportunity to watch her children grow up and be engaged with her family as well.
And how involved is Tracy in church? And specifically, how often does she attend?
Objection relevance.
Response, Mr. Ashcraft.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Holmes will also be providing character testimony, and disciplinary counsel was advised of that ahead of time. This is just the foundation in the background with regard to how much time Mr. Holmes has spent with Tracy Green.
Thank you. Any further or continued objection, Ms. Weingarten?
No.
Objection is overruled. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Holmes, you may answer my question, and if you'd like, I'm happy to restate it for you.
Will you please? Thank you.
Yes. I'd like to know, how involved is Tracy in church, and how often does she attend?
Tracy is very involved. I am probably without exception, maybe once a year, I'm not there for vacation. And I can't really think of an instance when Tracy hasn't been there regularly in worship and engaged in the teachings of the church, engaged very faithfully in the music ministry. It's rare that Tracy is not involved in the singing or in choir rehearsal. So very, very devout person and very, very faithful.
Thank you. And with regard to the times that you have had to socialize with Tracy outside of church, could you give us an idea of how often that occurs and for how long that has occurred?
Oh, yeah. Well, how long that has occurred, I would say probably as early as 2006, probably. And there was a period in time when we would go after rehearsals on a Thursday to one of our favorite spots, Z's Villa here. And we would just enjoy the conversation, dinner, or lunch, depending if it's a Saturday rehearsal, because her husband also participated in the men's chorus. So I would say at least once a week, we might, what I call, hang out.
Okay, thank you. And do you also know her grandsons, Gary Jr. and Russell?
I do.
How so?
Russ and Gary were in the children's and youth choir. I can't remember exactly when they started, but I remember this about Russ being about 4 years old, because 4 is when I start kids in the choir. And what I remember about Russ, I had no problem with him sitting through rehearsal. As you may imagine, a 4-year-old might be hard to keep his attention for an hour, but Russ was never that kid. I could always get him to sit still. And I remember that pretty clearly, him being about 4. And that would have, I guess, make Gary about 6.
And did both of the boys enter the youth choir at the same time?
Yes, they did.
And did they continue to participate in the youth choir throughout the time of your ministry?
They did continue. There was a time that they stopped participating, I think in around 2018. I'm not exactly sure the month, but around in 2018, they did stop participating, but very regularly. There were many times that Tracy would be the one that would drop them off or bring them to children and youth choir rehearsal.
And when you say children's and youth choir rehearsal, so how many days a week, roughly, would that be that you would actually see the boys?
I would see them just on Mondays and on a third Sunday. Sometimes they would be there on other Sundays, but the children and youth sang every third Sunday. And so I would see them definitely then, but every Monday evening.
And did you have occasion to interact with the boys during the times they were at church?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And did you actually have a dialogue with them?
Just about every week with all of the kids. You know, I make sure that I am engaging with each kid. And at least once a month, instead of rehearsal, we'd have a pizza party where I would get a chance to talk more with the children. And that would include Gary and Russ.
And would this interaction with the boys be something limited in scope to just talking about music? Or did you also talk and have a dialogue with them about their lives in general?
We talk about any and everything. You know, kids sometimes will tell you everything that they're thinking. And so I try to create an environment where all of the kids could. That was the purpose of the pizza party, to really hear from them what concerns might be on their mind.
Understood. Mr. Holmes, at any time when you had interaction with Gary Jr. or Russell, did you ever observe any marks on their bodies?
Never. I never observed any marks on their bodies.
When I say marks on their bodies, I'd like you to also consider whether you ever saw any marks on their faces, such as a red mark or a handprint that may have been left by them being slapped. Did you ever see anything like that?
I've never seen any marks on their faces, hands, slaps, red marks, nothing of the sort.
And is there a particular dress code that you must observe? Let me ask a better question. Is there a dress code that the children have to observe when they come in, for example, on Monday nights for youth choir practice and rehearsal?
No, they can come in whatever. You know, if it's summer, they can come in shorts. I mean, whatever their parents dress them in.
During the time that you have interacted with the boys, have you observed them in all kinds of different clothing?
Absolutely.
Would that include long sleeve and long pants clothing, as well as short sleeve and short pants clothing?
Yes, it would include all of those, including tank top tees in the summer, you know?
I'd like to ask you about whether you know the Peaks, P-E-E-K-S, the Peaks family.
I know some of the Peaks family, yes.
And who do you know within the Peaks family?
So I know Reverend Lonnie Peak and his wife Eunice from Greater Christ, as well as I believe it is Lonnie's sister, who is Patty Peak Russell, if I'm saying her name correctly.
Okay. And do you know who, strike that, the boy's mother, Corey Bressler, do you know who that is?
I do, yeah.
And are the Peaks and that family family of Miss Bressler's?
That is correct. That is her, the Reverend Peak is her great uncle, I believe, and Patty Peak Russell is her grandmother, Corey's grandmother.
Thank you. And you said that there was a time that came when the boys did not come any longer to youth choir. I believe you said sometime in 2018.
Correct.
Did you become aware of any of the circumstances as to why that happened, or did you look into why?
I did. I inquired.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm sorry.
Any
Objection.
response, Mr. Ashcraft?
Judge, I simply asked whether or not he looked in or knew of the circumstances. I didn't ask for anything that he was specifically told by anyone.
All right, you may ask that question, and Mr. Holmes, just listen to what the question is. And if there is an objection, then wait until I have had a chance to resolve that, please.
Okay.
Mr. Ashcraft?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Holmes, did you ever come to understand why the boys stopped coming to youth choir and church?
Did I come to understand why? My understanding.
Objection.
Mr. Holmes, the question that Mr. Ashcraft was trying to carefully ask was, did you or didn't you? So you could say yes or no, but if you started to say something more, there would most likely be an objection.
Got it. Thank
Right?
you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And did you obtain your understanding by checking into it yourself?
Yes.
And were you able to determine why that the boys stopped coming to church in 2018?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain that information without having someone tell you that?
Yes.
And how did you obtain that information?
I obtained that information by asking Tracy, because she was the one that would normally bring them, why she was not bringing them to youth choir rehearsal anymore.
Okay. And without telling me anything that Tracy specifically said to you, what was your understanding as to why they were no longer coming?
Objection. The way he learns why they were no longer coming was because it came from Tracy Green.
Anything before I rule on that, Mr. Ashcraft?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Objection is sustained. Please move on.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, going back to the Peaks for a moment, you said the Peak family, they are members of Greater Christ, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to talk specifically about Tracy for a few minutes. Have you had occasion to be in crowds or groups of people within which you have heard people speak of Tracy Green?
Yes.
And from that, did you understand that she had a reputation?
Yes.
And what did you observe about others and their understanding of her reputation?
What I understood is that Tracy, others believe that Tracy is a devout Christian and a fierce advocate for people and children in general.
Have you seen yourself, Tracy, interacting with her family members?
Yes.
And have you observed specifically Tracy interacting with her grandchildren?
Yes, I have.
And specifically Gary Jr. and Russell?
Yes, I have.
And what have you observed, Mr. Holmes?
What I've observed is her being playful with them, talking with them, listening to them. Tracy adores Russ and Gary, and that's apparent. She loves her grandchildren. And it's something about those grandsons that she just adores her grandsons. She kisses them, hugs them, probably gives them deference in situations when they're being maybe too playful and precocious, and is always loving and gracious with them, has been my experience.
And let me ask you specifically about your personal experiences with Tracy and your interaction with her, both within the church and outside the church, and your social context with her over the years. Have you developed your own opinion with regard to Tracy as relates to faithfulness, honesty, reliability, and her love for her family?
Yes, I have. She is
And
very faithful to her family, very faithful to the church. Tracy rarely meets a stranger. She's the kind of person that would help anybody, and a very patient person with, a lot of people. Very gracious person, very forgiving person, very loving person.
thank you. Your Honor, may I have just one moment, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I have just a couple more questions, if I may.
Certainly.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, I asked you some questions about Corey Bressler's family, and specifically her family members who are part of the church family at Greater Christ Baptist. Have you had an opportunity to observe in the past Gary Jr. and Russell interacting with Corey Bressler's family?
Yes, I've seen them go up to them after service and, hug them or, kiss them and spend a little time with them after service. Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And is this more than one occasion that you've observed this? Was this a regular situation?
I can say as regular as every third Sunday when the kids sing and they come out of the choir loft, they've gone down and hugged various family members.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten?
Yes. Mr. Holmes, you and I spoke on the phone the other day, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Okay. All right. And I appreciate your taking my call. You and I talked about whether or not there was a sign-in sheet for the children who attend the children's choir. Do you remember that?
I do. Mhm.
Okay. Did you tell me that there is no such sign-in sheet or attendance sheet?
Yeah, I told you that I don't take attendance or a sign-in sheet. I would check to see if there was with the other group, and I haven't gotten a response because from 6:30 to 7:30, the kids are kind of under my leadership, if you will. From 7:30 to 8:30, they go on to what's called Youth and Children's Fellowship, which I'm not attached to. So I don't keep a record. I don't know if they do, and I haven't gotten a response on their records.
You sought out that information though at my
I
request?
did. That is
All right.
correct.
Thank you for that. Do you know when the children stopped coming to choir?
Again, I don't know the date certain, but it was in 2018. I don't know the date certain.
Is there anything that you could access that would help you determine the date?
Anything that I could access that would help me determine the date. Not that I can think of.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right. You were telling us that you try to maintain a very friendly relationship with the children who are in your youth choir, right?
Correct.
And you told us that some kids tell you everything that's happening in their lives, right?
Correct.
Are there some children who are very tight-lipped about what's happening in their lives?
I haven't run across those at Greater Christ in my 15 or so years. It would be hard to gauge how much they've told me it, and as it relates to how much there actually is. But most children develop a relationship with me and open up. Some open up more, if that's the question. Yes.
Okay. This is going to sound like a very odd question, but did you ever ask Gary Jr. or Russell to disrobe so that you could see if they had any marks on their bodies?
No, I wouldn't ask that of any child.
Okay. You told us that you know Patty Peak Russell as Corey Bressler's grandmother, right?
Correct.
And she would be Gary and Russell's great grandmother.
That's correct. That's
Do you
correct.
have any idea how old she is?
I do not know her age.
Can you estimate?
Guess a woman's age. I don't know. Over, I 70, 80. I really don't know, to be honest.
Do you know if she drives a car?
I do not. I don't know that.
Do you know who Gary Jr. lives with now?
I do not.
Do you know who he lived with, say, in a year ago? We'll say 2020.
I do not.
Did you ever ask the boys any questions about Tracy Green?
No, I did not.
Now, you told us that you observed her with her grandchildren and that she was very loving and playful and adoring. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you saw the boys react to her in much the same way, right?
That's correct.
They seem to love her.
Very much.
They seem to hug her and kiss her and accept her hugs and kisses.
Yes, they did.
And they seem to enjoy being in her company.
They did.
And this is before they left the church in sometime in 2018. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. When is the last time you saw the boys?
I would say 2018. I don't think I've seen them since 2018.
Now, did you testify a little earlier today that your opinion is that Tracy Green is a truthful person?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions. I don't know why my computer is making that noise. Before you formed your opinion that Judge Green was a truthful person, did you know that she put makeup on one of the boys' faces to cover injuries she knew were inflicted by their father?
I'd never heard that. Oh, I'm sorry.
One moment. Mr. Ashcraft, state that again.
Judge, the objection is foundation. Ms. Weingarten made reference to covering up an injury on someone's face, and there's no foundation for that in this record.
I think there is, Your Honor. Even if you accept that it was merely a pink handprint, that is an injury that she admitted she covered up.
Mr. Ashcraft, any further response?
Yes, Judge. As we recall that Gary Jr. testified, there was a pink mark left on his cheek from a slap that he received from his father that went away. And that's the foundation that exists in this record. There's no record of an injury left on any of the boys, certainly not Gary Jr.
Anything further, Ms. Ashcraft? I'm sorry, Ms. Weingarten. I was going to Ms. Weingarten.
If there was an injury, if it wasn't an injury that was visible, there would have been no need for her to cover it up. So clearly there was a visible injury.
All right, thank you. I understand counsel are making a difference in what they are terming injuries and marks and all of that, which there has been testimony to. I'm going to overrule the objection. You may ask the question.
Okay, Mr. Holmes, I'm going to say it again for you, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Right. Okay, before you formed the opinion that Tracy Green was an honest person, did you know that she put makeup on one of her grandson's faces to cover an injury she knew was inflicted by his father?
No.
Before you formed your opinion that Tracy Green was a truthful person, did you know that she said under oath that she concealed an injury with makeup, but she did not tell CPS, Child Protective Services, that she did so?
No.
Before you formed your opinion that Tracy Green was an honest person, do you know that she signed a legal document called the answer to the complaint under penalty of perjury and now claims she is not sure something she wrote 5 times is true?
No.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, anything further of this witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Mr. Holmes, I have just a few questions.
Okay.
First of all, with regard to the question that you were asked by Ms. Weingarten, in your interactions with Gary Jr. and Russell, was there ever any reason that you had to ask the boys to disrobe so you could see their bodies?
No.
Thank you. And with regard to the questions that Ms. Weingarten asked about a mark left on a cheek and makeup being used to cover the mark up, if you were told that Tracy Green saw a red handprint left on the cheek of Gary Jr. And because Russell, his brother, was teasing him for being slapped by their father, that she offered and did put makeup on the handprint to try to cover it up. Would that in any way change your opinion with regard to Tracy Green?
It would not. It would be hard for me to believe that. It would not change my opinion.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Weingarten, anything further?
I do. Did you just say it would be hard for you to believe that Tracy Green covered a mark inflicted by Gary Jr.'s father on his face?
That is what I said.
Now, if you were told that she admitted to that, would you, do you still have the opinion that she is a devout, family-loving, faithful person?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Thank you. Counsel, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
We are excusing and releasing you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You may leave the meeting at this time.
Okay.
And Mr. Ashcraft, let me know who your next witness is. We can certainly take a break before we go to that witness, but that is the witness, I believe, who is in the waiting room. And you told me before that that would be a Tamika Edwards.
That's correct, Your Honor. And I understand that she may be in the waiting room already. And
Yes.
we just need a couple of minutes for the restroom and we'll be ready to roll.
All right, thank you. We will come back then close to 1:45. It's 1:40 now. If you need a few more minutes, other than that, not a problem. Remember to put your microphones on mute and your video if you want to close it out.
Thank you, Judge.
It looks as if we are all back. And I will let Ms. Edwards in and then ask you to call your next witness, Mr. Ashcraft.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Edwards, if you will unmute, if you can hear me.
Yes.
All right.
Hello.
And if we could see your video, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. What is your name, please?
Tamika Brown Edwards.
All right, thank you. And is that a hyphen or what I
Yes,
call
it's
you?
hyphenated.
All right, so Brown is the second part and then hyphen Edwards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, one moment, please. All right, I changed your name so that it reflects your full name there. Ms. Brown Edwards, I am Judge Betty Rankin Widgeon. I'm the appointed master in this matter, and we will start with me swearing you in. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And state your name.
Tamika Brown Edwards.
Ms. Brown Edwards, the two orders that you also should have seen before now will be the witness protocol and the sequestration order. I'm going to go over those and ask if you have abided by those orders, and if you are affirming, you are certifying that you will continue to abide by those orders.
Yes.
All right, so the first one I'll talk about is the sequestration order. It reads as follows. This order and the sequestration will remain in effect until the witnesses are released from it by the master or until the proceedings before the master conclude. To be clear, this means that the order remains in effect even after the witness testifies unless the witness is released by the master. Sequestration includes a prohibition on any witness except while testifying via Zoom during the proceedings from doing any of the following: discussing their testimony in any format or by any means with another witness, viewing the proceedings on any device, listening to the proceedings on any device, or accessing or viewing any information about the proceedings via any social media or news outlets. Potential witnesses may discuss the pending formal complaint with counsel for the parties and may be shown exhibits by counsel prior to their testimony. A failure to serve the order by any party or a violation of the order by a witness is grounds to exclude a witness or to exclude testimony given by that witness prior to the discovery or the failure of the, let me just finish that again. Failure to serve the order on any party or a violation of the order by a witness is grounds to exclude a witness or to exclude testimony given by that witness prior to the discovery of the failure or of the violation. So that was the sequestration order. With respect to the order regarding hearing and witness protocol, witnesses shall certify that they are alone in the room where they testify or identify all individuals present during an examination. Are you alone in the room where you're testifying?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. No witness shall access or review any documents or other materials beyond the relevant hearing exhibits, pleadings, or transcripts, or police reports during their testimony until the hearing is over. No witness shall have a document within reach or sight. If a witness needs to refer to a document, they may do so only if invited by counsel or approved by the master. Witnesses shall certify under oath that no one has given them information by any means to assist in testifying that counsel and the master cannot observe. Do you so certify?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, witnesses shall not have access to cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, or similar devices in the room during their examination other than the device they will use for their virtual testimony. Do you happen to have a cell phone in the room where you are?
It is in here. It's on silent.
Okay, and is it outside of your reach right now?
Yes, ma'am. It's on the other side of the room.
All right, thank you.
No.
Mr. Ashcraft, I think we're ready. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm
Thank you, Your
sorry.
Honor.
No, before you proceed, and I really should jot this down because it's a mouthful to say, but with respect to these two orders, do you, have you abided by these orders, and do you affirm that you will continue to abide by these orders until and unless you are released?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I think I've got it. Thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown Edwards.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashcraft.
If you could please share with us, what do you do for a living?
I am a life enrichment therapist. I work at a senior center. I take care of seniors.
And what's the name of the senior center at which you work?
PACE.
That's PACE.
Yes, sir.
And could you share with us what are your job responsibilities at PACE?
I plan daily activities for seniors, socialization activities.
So your job is to interact with people every day?
Yes, I interact with people every day. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And could you tell us what your educational background is, please?
I am a certified activity director. I recently became certified in 2018. I completed the MEPAP 1 and 2, and I have a past degree in seniors. It's some like endorsements for my certification. But the main thing is I am an activity director.
Understood. Thank you. And I understand that you are also a ministry leader at Greater Christ Baptist Church.
Yes.
If you would, please tell us about that.
So I'm a member at Greater Christ, and it's actually volunteer work that we do there. And I became a ministry leader probably about 12 years ago. It's just my passion working with people. I love seniors. I love children. I am a people person. So, me being into the church, I just wanted to, utilize my skills somewhere else throughout the church. And the youth ministry was one of them.
And specifically, what do you do, or what role do you fill in the youth ministry?
I am a ministry leader, so I help the kids, learn things, Bible scriptures. I work with them doing choir. They do plays. We have social activities. We actually do a lot of stuff.
And during the course of the week, how many times do you attend church and work in the youth ministry?
So one time with the youth, but I go twice a week, but then it depends on what's going on, if we need extra rehearsals or things like that. So it varies depending on, what the season and what the occasion is.
Can you just give us an example of a typical week then, when you're at church and specifically working with the youth?
So on Mondays, they have a 2-hour period where at 6:30 to 7:30, they go to choir rehearsal. And then from 7:30 to 8:30, we split up into age groups and they go in for fellowship. And that's, additional spiritual training with the kids.
And how much time do you spend with them when the group splits between the choir and the fellowship time?
So maybe like an hour and a half.
And what are the ages of the young people involved in the fellowship time, as an example?
So we start at the age of 4 all the way up until the age of 18.
And how long have you been specifically involved in the youth ministry and this age group?
So I have had several different age groups. I've really been in ministry probably about 12 years. I started out helping and then I became a leader.
Thank
So
you.
probably in between 10 and 12. 12 might be stretching it far, but in between 10 and 12.
Thank you. Do you know Tracy Green?
Yes.
First of all, how long have you known Tracy?
I've known Tracy probably about 17, 18 years.
And if you would please share with us how you know Tracy and in what capacity or capacities.
So I originally know her through the church. We serve on several ministries together. We are in the choir together, we're in the women's ministry together, and couples ministry. The children, when she would bring her grandchildren to church. Ms. Ashcraft, repeat that. Repeat your question for me.
Thank you. I just wanted you to share with us, in addition to how long you have known Tracy, which you've told us, also give us the details of how you know her and in what capacities that you know her.
So yes, through several ministries. And then, we have social gatherings, couples in our church and things. We have an outside friendship.
And in addition then to her being a member of the church family, you have also socialized with her outside of church?
Yes, sir.
And how often has that occurred over the years?
Lots of times. We have birthday parties with our grandchildren. We have, like I said, we go out to dinner as couples. We have been out of town. We've taken our grandchildren out of town. Very close, I would say.
And can you tell us how often does Tracy attend church at Greater Christ?
Every Sunday, prior to the pandemic and things like that, every week. Very faithful member.
Okay. Do you also know her family members?
I do. Yes.
Do you know Gary Jr. and Russell, her grandsons?
I do, yes.
Tell us how you know them, please.
I knew them before they were born, but I know them through the family connection. I've had the opportunity of, being around Gary and Russell all of their life.
Have Gary and Russell in the past been involved in the youth ministry?
Yes, sir. Very involved.
And have you had the opportunity to interact with them as part of that ministry?
Yes, I have. Very smart, beautiful young children. Yes, I have.
And can you tell us, please, do you recall when they first became involved in the youth ministry, Greater Christ?
I can't remember the exact, but they have been there basically since they've been born.
And have you spent time with them through the years in church ministry, consistent with what you've told us as far as the fellowship time after choir?
Yes.
And has that given you an opportunity to interact specifically with them?
Yes.
And have you been able to interact with them on a personal level, or has it just been specific to, for example, the ministry objective?
Personal levels.
And
Both.
thank you. And did there come a time when the boys stopped coming to the youth ministries and to church at Greater Christ?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was approximately?
Okay, so please forgive me if my time is off, but it's probably around 2016, 17, that I can remember probably the last time that I actually seen them.
And at any time when you've had interaction over the years with Gary Jr. and Russell, did you ever observe any marks on their bodies?
No, sir.
At any time over the years when you were interacting with them, whether it be socially or whether it be through the ministry, did you ever observe any marks on their faces? For example,
No.
a mark. Thank you. For example, such as.
Just a second, let's back up. And it's just because you were both talking around the same time. Ms. Jorgensen may have gotten it all, but we want to make sure. So Ms. Jorgensen, would you please read the last question you were able to hear, and then we'll go on from there.
Yes, just a moment. At any time over the years when you were interacting with them, whether it be socially or whether it be through the ministry, did you ever observe any marks on their face? The answer was no.
All right, Mr. Ashcraft, you'll have to start from there, please.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Ms. Brown Edwards, during the time that you have interacted with the boys over the years, did you ever observe something like a red mark or a handprint on one of their cheeks that may have been left by a slap?
No, sir. I have never witnessed any marks on them. Never.
Do you know Corey Bressler?
I do.
Does Ms. Bressler's family members also fellowship at Greater Christ?
Yes, they do.
And do these include the Peaks?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And who are the Peaks?
The Peaks are, well, Reverend Peak is a minister at our church, and his wife is a deacon.
And when you say Reverend
Deaconess,
Peaks,
I'm sorry.
when you say Reverend Peaks, is this Reverend Lonnie Peaks?
Yes.
And have you observed in your time at Greater Grace the boys, and when I say the boys, I'm speaking of Gary Jr. and Russell, interacting with the Peaks or any other family members of Corey Bressler?
Yes. Yeah, on several occasions.
Can you give us some examples of what you have observed in that respect?
So every third Sunday, the children sing. So every time when they come from behind the pulpit, we do greet each other, and they would run to their family members to give them hugs, talk to them. I mean, I don't know what the conversation was, but they always ran to greet the Peaks. And the Peaks has always embraced them from what I've seen.
Thank you. Over the years that you have known Tracy and interacted with her both in ministry as part of the church family, as well as socially apart from the church, have you had occasion to observe others talking about Tracy in terms of her reputation?
Well, I have had one, yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And can you share with us what have you observed with regard to her reputation as indicated by others?
So I was coming from a conference one time and I was on social media and Corey had sent me something through my inbox and it was just
Objection, objection to the hearsay.
Any response, Mr. Ashcraft?
No response, Judge. I think I can clarify the question a little bit better.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. It sounded as if you were asking one thing and the witness may not have understood what you were asking about the general reputation. So if you will re-ask that question, please.
I will. Yes, Judge, thank you. Ms. Brown-Edwards, we have to be careful that we don't speak about things that are considered hearsay today. And so my question is real specific. I don't want you to tell me anything that Corey Bressler or anyone else for that matter has said to you. My question is about whether you've had the opportunity over the years to observe Tracy in settings with other people during which Tracy's reputation has come up, has been discussed. For example, her reputation for honesty or love of her family, faithfulness, those sorts of things.
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you give us some examples of things that you've observed in that respect?
People saying things like, well, a person said things like she gets her way through the courts. She has people behind
Objection,
her.
Your Honor. I don't think this answer is responsive to the question.
Any response, Mr. Ashcraft?
Judge, I think she's trying to answer the question. It's a proper foundation laid with regard to character evidence pursuant to 405 parents lowercase a and 608 parents lowercase a as well. So I've asked that she be allowed to continue to give her answer.
Continued objection, Ms. Weingarten,
Yes,
on the same grounds?
same grounds, yes.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. Mr. Ashcraft, continue with your questions.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Brown-Edwards, over the course of the years that you have known Tracy and you've interacted with her, again, we talked about both within church and outside of church and in social settings, have you had an opportunity to develop your own opinion with regard to Tracy and specifically her character?
Yes, I have.
And I would like you to share with us what your opinion is with regard to Tracy as relates to her character for faithfulness, honesty, reliability, and her love for her family.
Tracy is one of the most dedicated, highly, and when I say this, I mean highly dedicated to whatever it is that she does. Tracy is very committed. Tracy shows a lot of dignity in everything that she does. And Tracy, she has relationships with people that's important, and family comes first. I've had a lot of opportunities with Tracy. Tracy is just a very loving, caring, very, very caring person. I mean, it's not one thing that I could really say bad about Tracy. Tracy is a very loving, caring person, very honest and high integrity. I mean, she's just very nice. I have a lot of love for Tracy.
You mentioned family and family coming first. Do you have an opinion with regard to her love of her grandchildren in particular?
I do. She goes above and beyond for them. I mean, she does things that I wouldn't do, and I love my grandchildren. She brings them to church. Now, I'll bring my grandchildren, but the parents got to get them to me. Tracy, she just shows a lot of love and compassion and dedication. She has shown that to her grandchildren. I mean, she has done a lot of things in their life that I have been a part of. like going out of town and things like that. You know, Tracy has been the one that steps up and does that type of stuff with her grandchildren. So I would say that family is very, very, very important to her.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have just a moment, please, to review my notes?
Certainly.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Brown Edwards.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, any questions on cross?
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Brown Edwards. You told us that the children go to fellowship on Monday nights from about 7:30 to 8:30?
Yes.
Is there some sort of sign-in sheet or attendance sheet that tells when a child appears at that fellowship?
No.
So you think the boys stopped coming to church in 2016 or 2017? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to sound like a foolish question, but I have to ask it. Did you ever ask the boys to disrobe so you could see whether they had any injuries on their bodies?
No. I had never no speculation or reasoning to ask them anything like that. No, ma'am.
You told us that Tracy Green, as a grandmother, goes above and beyond for her grandchildren, and it shows a lot of love and compassion. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And did you see the boys' response to Tracy Green and their love for her?
Yes.
Describe what you saw.
Very accepting. Normal kids love their grandmother.
Did they accept her hugs and kisses?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they also hug and kiss her?
Yes.
Now, you also said that you have an opinion that Tracy Green is honest and of high integrity. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Before you formed your opinion that Tracy Green was honest and had high integrity, did you know that she put makeup on one of the boys' faces to cover an injury she knew was inflicted by his father?
Objection, foundation.
Response, if any, before I rule?
It's the same issue Mr. Ashcraft raised last time, and it's a fair question based on the evidence.
Thank you. Objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Brown Edwards, would you like me to ask you that again?
Yes, would you please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you formed your opinion that Tracy Green was honest and had high integrity, did you know that she put makeup on one of the boys' faces to cover an injury she knew was inflicted by his father?
No.
Before you formed your opinion that she was of high integrity and honest, did you know that she said under oath that she concealed an injury with makeup, but she did not tell CPS, that Child Protective Services, that she did so?
No.
Before you formed your opinion as to those things, did you know that Judge Green signed a legal document called the answer to the complaint under penalty of perjury, and she now claims she is not sure that something she wrote 5 times was true?
No, I have no knowledge of that. No, ma'am.
If assume those things that I've just told you are true, does that change your opinion about whether she is of high integrity and honest?
If in fact that is true, yes, but no. I mean, that's a yes and no question because I know Tracy as a person and I have a different relationship, but no.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Is there any anything further for this witness, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Ms. Brown Edwards, I have just a few follow-up questions for you. The first one is with regard to when you recall the boys, and by the boys I mean Gary Jr. and Russell, when they stopped attending a youth fellowship and youth choir and church at Greater Christ. You indicated that you thought it was 2017 or 2016, but I believe you testified, you asked us to forgive you because you weren't sure. My question for you is, could it have been 2018? You're just not sure?
Yes, it could have been.
And Ms. Weingarten asked you a question that she indicated might be strange, and she asked you whether or not you asked the boys to disrobe so you could see their bodies. And I want to make sure I understand your answer correctly. Did you say there was never any reason why you would have felt the need to ask the boys to take off their clothes so you could see their bodies?
Yes, that was my response.
Now, Ms. Weingarten also asked you about something related to an injury and things like this, and concealing it, I believe was another word she used, with makeup. Tracy Green has admitted that on a single occasion, she applied makeup to a red handprint on the cheek of Gary Jr. that had been left as a result of a slap by his father because his younger brother Russell was teasing him. Tracy indicated that that is true, that she did that. And if you know that, knowing that now, does that change your opinion with regard to your testimony related to her reputation and your belief concerning Tracy being faithful, honest, reliable, and loving her family?
No, sir, that would not change.
Why wouldn't that change?
Because like I stated, I know Tracy as a person, and it's just some things, some avenues in life that, you know, we've been down, and I know she's a caring person. So even if that did have any truth to it, it still would not impact me on what I feel or think for Tracy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown Edwards. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown Edwards. We are excusing and releasing you. Appreciate that.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Okay. All right, at this time, are there any additional witnesses for respondent today?
Nothing else, Your Honor. That concludes the 5 that we had for today, and we're prepared to start again at our next sitting.
All right, thank you. Is there anything further from disciplinary counsel today?
Yes, we have 2 things to discuss. One, Mr. Ashcraft asked me to hold off till this afternoon to talk about my motion. And the other is whether Your Honor wants to set another date in case we don't get through closing arguments on the 29th.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else that needs to go on the live stream today, counsel?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I am going to then stop the live streaming, and we'll continue to have the discussion transcribed by Ms. Jorgensen. Thank you.